office hour. I just don't know if I'll be able to get back in time. Before his code prediction, that's it. Man, do I take it right now? Because the server's gonna restart in 20 minutes, and I don't want to waste the crack. Let's just say I'm feeding. Next time we get on, we need to take it ASAP. Like, as soon as possible. I think that's the play. Now we're gonna say fuck it to the band, because I think it's just gonna end up back where we want anyways. What we don't want is to run into Alabaster again and ask him for the, what, $1,200? You gonna queue after restart? Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'll probably 5 minutes before I'll quit out and wait for it, like the exact time, and I'll try to get on again. Probably get rid of this. There we go. Just kind of head towards something. Let's just pray for no dogs. No dogs inside of these houses. That would be nice. No dog, no dog, no dog, no dog. No dog. Dogs? No. Good, we're chilling. How you doing, subs? I hope you chilling, like I've been. I feel like it's been a big day for Timmy. He's managed to Helen White Man. I managed to kind of go up in the world. I managed to squash a few bugs today. Scrap items. Okay, I got some copper. Back to work, lunch on burgers. Too lazy to make an actual one. No shame in that. Burgers are delicious. If I could go for a burger every day instead of having to make food, I'd do it. A lot has happened. I, got a good helping of baby powder from Alabaster. Whether it be a baby powder grenade or etc. I got rid of all that stress. Finally, I saw a doctor. Got cured of. I had rabies. Apparently, I had rabies. Got a rabies shot, and worked out at the beach. Got rid of that stress. I got myself another lockpick. I bought some crack cocaine. Let's see what else is there. I was paid to insult Alabaster and stop working for him as a human. So that's another thing. Yeah. So I guess no more pimp action, as much as I can try to avoid it. I don't know. Alabaster's pretty forceful with that, so we'll see. But yeah, it seems like that's not really going to happen too much anymore. $61 under the bed. And then we, after getting paid to do that, we obtained a job as a snitch of sorts. So we do certain work of I guess snitching, but not like to the police, but to really just looking out for a law firm is what we're up to now. We're good. Also got my PP sucked as I was buying the crack, so that's something. They give me a little tiny little handy, and try to suck my PP. No more space money than zero for random shit. So really, I'm just looking for money now. From a crackhead, not a crackhead. The lady who's definitely a man. Barbie, if you remember her, the one I bought the cocaine from, was only crack. So that's something a little bit better than cocaine, I guess. A little harder than cocaine. That's something, it's something. The crazy city, Oh God. Okay, we gotta go. Get woke up. Okay. 2 second now, hold on. Do a little. Give it a little teeny tiny bit. Oh my God, okay. I got about 7 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
I think one number. Sorry.
Okay. Deal. Oh. Nice. It's not right around on a stolen bike. Damn, only in America they have fucking baseball hats ready or stuff. Yeah, pretty cool. I don't know if servers like that. Like, right? I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. That's the wrong number. That was the lady I was literally just talking to. She just called me. Okay. Getting to my apartment would be nice. For sure. At the same time, I would not like to set up a date. No. It's my boss, or my boss's boss, or a coworker, I guess. So I shouldn't. I could try to date, but I'm not into it. So, there you go. Yo! Kinda my boss, yeah. Kinda. I don't even really know. I mean, no worries. Well, now you know. Now you know she's my boss. No harm, no foul. Straight, no date, straight to sex. Easy. That's where it's at. Boxes. But there's some ladies that would fuck not more. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not for the best reasons, but yeah. I'm not gonna ask. Barbie would, 100%. It's definitely tried. Definitely was an attempt there. That's 100% sure. Okay, I don't know what to do now. Like, I could break into the car and try to drive back, but I want to log off in 2 minutes. So I guess I'll just keep all the shit on me. And when I log in again, I'll store the shit I want to store. I guess. There's cops pretty close by. I know that because they're responding to my burglary. So, I have to be around there. I can fix my house now. Yeah, I do have the money. Where am I? Close up there. Go. Just down there. Yeah, pretty much straight down there. Starts in 5 minutes. Oh, great. No, I'm just gonna log off now. What we can do about the what we can do about waiting for that queue. Because it's gonna be in a very short amount of time. Meantime, hang out here, listen to some tunes. And I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Grab another drink. I'll be back. I'll update you guys on whether or not I get it. Okay. Wow. Yeah, you get yourself that coffee. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. I got myself another Mountain Dew. D-Lick. So when it gave that 5-minute warning, it was actually a minute ahead of what my clock says. So it's making me wonder if I I should probably start queuing like a minute before. Yeah, so right about now. We'll check. And even if it's not that, even if it's not that, you know, we can see when the server goes down, right? If we queue up immediately, and then we can just try to go as quick as we can. We'll see. Okay, so we're 2 out of 24, which is kind of the same queue size as it was before, so we'll see right after it goes down. It's supposed to go down right about now. Yeah, shitload of people are queuing right now. There it goes.
Frustration, stemming from a no-win situation, rushing lust before dedication, adding to the complication. Patience is a virtue, my deep with my research, listening to whispering, choosing chaos over this. Simpleton, life should be a consistency, relationships with the power as we can say, gentlemen, ambitions, are never forsaken. I curse it, take it, spoken on the shade, take the seats over, live the ill passion, scandalous, emotion, bandages, violently abandoned, but he couldn't handle it, the boss is mad at
God, it's great that I gotta do this. I gotta go back and forth just to try to get in. Okay, Lisa says connecting is done. 19 out of 19. That's not that bad. But I got a weird feeling I'm gonna have to wait for a while. We'll see. We'll hang out for a second. So I can turn on my camera. I can show you guys what's going on. A wee bit. We'll add a window capture. Window capture that add this is the source. Boom. And see this. So server just restarted. So it's gonna load those first 32 people in. And then we'll get in there, but yeah, it's gonna be like another 2-3 hours. Well, I mean, with the daytime streams, like right after 9 a.m., it usually takes even longer. Right? People they just stay. You know what I mean? They don't even. People sit in the server for all day. There's more people up later in this time. Yeah. This is bullshit. I was literally just playing. And then, now that the server resets, I just can't. Because I don't have priority. And this is me sniping the queue. I got this position. So all these people that sit here and queue afterwards, it's just, I don't know, it sucks. It makes sense, but... Specs out there, the whole 64. I mean, maybe if Rockstar opened up the mod support, then I think it would be easier for them to develop this shit. It's like, I don't think it's that hard. I could imagine it would be. We got Battle Royale games that can hold on. So, we're at server 2. Can I play? We will respawn spawning thousands on servers on demand. Yeah. What about server 2? I don't know. I've never played on server 2. Also, none of None of the people I played with on server 2, or on server 2 I should say, like people just don't tend to play on that server. Also, at about this time already, since both the servers have restarted, it's very unlikely I'm going to get into server 2 either. So all these people that have tried to queue this, they see they're at like 80 plus in the queue, and you're like, oh, fuck this, I'm going to server 2, and they queue that, and they go, oh, this is a shorter queue, so I'm just going to stay here. And, you know, I don't have priority for either. So it's better that I stay in this one than going to the other one. So yeah. Fuck. A minute there, I thought this was Jackbox Party 5. Oh. Okay. Well, shit. If I'm gonna be waiting in this, there's no reason for me to stream right now. So I'll just call it quits for now. And say I miraculously get in a short amount of time, I'll just stream again. So yeah, everybody have a good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever it is for you. And yeah, see you later.
We want to start shooting in 3 weeks, and your life rights are the last thing we need, so.
I'm gonna stop you right there, man. I think we understand the situation. Without us and our life rights, there's no film. So what we need is a number that is fair.
Oh, we don't need to do numbers. You can just have your lawyers help with these affairs. It's just a 4. 4.
4. That's right. 4. 4. 4. For what? 4,000. 400. 400. 4,000. 100. 4,400. Million? 4,100,000? Or 5. 5.
Guys, whatever the number, we're gonna make it work.
I'm sorry, can you excuse me?
What's the matter, Mabel?
I think, I just need a moment.
She may want a 6.
I get it if y'all think the states have been neglecting you, but with this new program, they're actually coming in clutch. A whopping $5,800 on a spin.
I have a package here today that came from one of the members of our Tronics Fix and Restores Discord. He said he thinks the bugs inside of it are dead. So, let's find out.
Shoutouts to Grouchy Platypus for sending this to us. That's a member of our Tronics Fix and Restores Discord. And yeah, he was willing to do a swap with us so that we could get this one that he says had a bug infestation inside of it. So because of that, and because we might have live bugs inside of here, I'm going to do all of this work inside of a container here, just in case something comes crawling out at any point. So I can see some evidence of the bugs inside of this wrap. He did a really good job here of packaging this up to make sure that we weren't going to be having to deal with bugs, at least in the box, or having cockroaches get out during transit. So here's the moment of truth. Let's get inside. There it is. You can't really see much, but let me tell you, you can smell it. It definitely has bugs in it. Cockroaches leave a very distinct, very gross smell when they colonize one of these things. And yeah, so we can see some of the stuff now. Let's just get this packaging out of the way, and we're gonna start the process of taking this apart and finding out what we have on the inside. Let's just make sure that gets out of here good. And we have our first evidence of a live cockroach here on this project. I'll be honest, my skin is crawling. I'm probably not gonna have a good time sleeping tonight. I'm gonna take a container here, and what we're gonna use on these guys is this bottle full of 99% solution of isopropyl alcohol. Every time I see one, I'm gonna give it a good spray, and that will kill it. Not instantaneously, but within half a minute or so, it'll be gone. Let's just warm these stickers up to take them off. Transfer our little heat bag over here, and then we can carefully get underneath this sticker as well with our tweezers. Definitely don't want to damage it because I want to reuse this sticker. So we're just going to get a section that we can get underneath and pull up here. I'm expecting that we might attract more of the cockroaches here to the surface by putting that heat on the system. Let's find out. Okay, we have one hanging out here while we're getting ready to take and open this thing up. They're starting to come out. This is actually the second one we're dealing with now. And a little bit of IPA on him, and he's toast. And, oh, gross. This is a bigger one. Number 3. Gotcha. And number 4. Just gonna get you off of here and spray you down here. Start collecting them in this container, and I have a lid to put on here to make sure that if they happen to not be dead, they ain't getting out of here. Okay, let's finally open this thing up. Pry from the top here, and then it'll all come up, and that is gross. I don't need to tell you, you can see it, but man, fortunately most of them are dead. At least everyone, all of them that we can see here are dead. Let's just get them out of the way. I could use a vacuum to suck these up, but then I would be just moving a lot of air, and I want to minimize the amount of air I move around here. There's a 5th one. I'm just gonna spray. I'm too grossed out. We're just gonna throw some IPA in here, and hopefully that'll encourage other ones to die. There we go. That's visually what we had in our way right now, at least. We'll get the underside of this part here. And I'm going to get another container to start putting parts in to set aside, because if there happens to be anything that hatches or that I missed that's alive, I still don't want it running around my shop. We're being as careful as we can here. This isn't my home. For the last time I did one of these videos for the PS5, I think there was a number of people in the comments who were like, ain't no way I would be bringing that into my house. And you know what? I agree. I would not be doing this in my house. Fortunately, at Tronics Fix here, we have a separate office that is neither of our homes, and we're okay doing this kind of work here. Even at that, we don't want these running around our shop either, so we're being very cautious and making sure to kill everything. For a number of years, when Steve was running his repair business, before the Tronics Fix YouTube channel took off, he would clean these and charge a good deal more money for anybody who had a bug infestation in their consoles, because it's just so gross. And he was telling me it even got to a point where no matter how much money he was making, he just refused to do them. And I can understand that. It smells terrible, it's gross, it makes your skin crawl. I will tell you that I had trouble sleeping the first night of working on this project. Had dreams the entire night that I was opening doors or containers or jars or anything, and bugs are crawling out. It's gross stuff. Okay, let's just continue to take everything apart here. And getting all the visible dead and alive cockroaches gone and setting all this stuff aside. You know, this is not the first console that I've cleaned out with bugs in it. It is the first one I've had live bugs in it. Steve has told me he did a number of them when he was doing his repair business. Some of them were like the entire thing. Every bug in it was alive. I can't even imagine. If you have cleaned a grosser console yourself, let me know in the comments. I know you people are out there. I'm gonna just get this clip out of the way because I just want to be confident nothing's hiding behind it. Okay, we're gonna take the time to open this disk drive up and make sure nothing is inside of here. It actually looks really clean. Not an area that the bugs were getting into, but we're still going to remove enough of this to make sure something isn't hiding. It's just too gross not to. I want to trust it. So let's get this board out of the way here, and then we'll take the laser, this part of the disc out, and then, yeah, at least to be able to get as much of this as part as possible to feel confident that there's nothing hiding somewhere. Okay, we got that part of this, and also it looks really good. That's good news. I'm gonna take this rail system, these gears off of here. Remember to put these rubber bands back appropriately where they go. Not rubber bands. What do they call it? Belts? That's the word. Just gotta unclip this here, and we should be able to pull the bottom part of this tray off. You guys hear my rooster? It's not mine. It's the neighbor's. I like him. Alright. Again, we'll keep these bands set aside and remember to put them back. And we should be able to push this disc through now and find out what we had inside of here. And it is a Harry Potter DVD. Okay, back to the main system. Oh, we have a tab that just broke off while trying to pull this ribbon cable out of here. So let's just trip the gate, get that out of here. That tab was not on there securely. I didn't abuse it. Trust me. Okay, that's stuck on there with an adhesive that is meant to be there. It's not cockroach adhesive. We're gonna replace this Kapton tape, so let's just get rid of that.
Looking for a treatment option that's right for you? Ask your healthcare provider for more information and visit Entivio.com. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose.
Ever seen a military monocular lens that can zoom in on objects miles away? You're about to. Toots, you gotta hear about this thing. It's like having the eyes of a hawk in your pocket. So there's this gadget, right, developed for the U.S. Special Forces, and it's wild. Picture this, a tiny device, practically a telescope.
Okay. We have a few screws here holding this main guts of the system inside of here, and we can just slide it over and lift up, and there we go. So we've got a couple main parts of this project now. We're gonna set this aside and get rid of some bugs, and then I think we'll come back and clean that housing before we move on to the main part of the system here. Just got to do some housekeeping first. Okay. Last time I did one of these Xbox Series X's, I failed to realize I could take that screw out and remove this entire unit without having to unscrew the board from it first. And so we have that, and a little bit of bug cleanup. Don't want to lose that part. One more little board here, and then we can get this out of here. And I think that's everything we're going to take out of there. Let's set that aside for cleaning later and move on to the block. First things first, let's get this board off of this little housing unit here. And go ahead and get the bodies out. Come on. Okay, we can take off our seat belt. I mentioned this last time that I cleaned one of these Series X's on film, that it's kind of an enjoyable process. There's a lot of steps to it, but I like it. One of the things I like about it is that almost all the screws in here are the same bit, and so we don't have to change that out a bunch of times. It's just this Torx 8. The only exception to that, I believe, is in the DV, or the disc system, where there's some Phillips heads. Got a couple of longer ones here I want to note. That ones are really stuck. Okay, now we can get this shield thing out of the way. And kind of gross, but we'll set it aside. Here's some more bugs. It's always scary opening things like that. It's going to be inside. Longer screw here and here and here. And we can unplug and remove the power supply. Set that aside. I'm actually going to take off this housing from the power supply. And I could take this apart further, but I'm actually leaning towards just replacing the power supply. They are disassemblable. You can get inside of here and actually get to everything. But there are a couple of reasons that I'm not going to do that. Number one, and the biggest one, is because of the safety issue, because I don't want to put myself at risk. I'm not confident enough in my own dealing with the power supply to know that I'm not going to accidentally electrocute myself. But I also don't want to model that for anybody else, because I think there are a lot of people who watch YouTube videos and then assume because they watched a YouTube video that they can do it. And because I'm one of those people who does that sometimes. So anyway, I just want to be careful and want to encourage everyone else to be extra careful with stuff like that. But also, even if I did clean it as well as I could, this is one of two places in here that I believe are going to get warm enough and hot enough that no matter how much I clean, I'm just afraid that the bug smell from all of the cockroach grossness inside of there would never quite go away and would flare up every time you turn the system on and run it and it's hot. So I'm just going to take another power supply out of the donor system to put inside of here. A little bit more cleaning here, pre-cleaning, getting the actual bugs off of here before we do the in-depth cleaning. Just got to clean out my containers a little bit now. This isn't too bad here. I was expecting these motherboard systems here to be quite a bit grosser. And there are some bugs in here, but they're not quite as caked with cockroach feces. That sounds really gross to say, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. That's what makes them smell so bad, and it's what is the gross brown goo that you see all over in here. And I was expecting to find more of it on the boards themselves, which is a pain to clean, so I'm really glad that it's not that way. Okay, this is the other part that I think I'm going to just replace, because you look down inside of here, like, number one, how do you get and clean inside of there so perfectly, and then every time this gets hot, you're going to smell that? we have enough Xbox Series X's here around the office that I'm just going to take one from a donor system. All right, let's get to the deep clean. I'm going to take everything that's plastic here that doesn't have circuitry on it. Minimal amounts of metal. There is one piece that I'm going to put in here that has a little bit of metal on it, but I'm just going to clean it and dry it. Dry it really well and make sure that it gets dry. This right here. So we've got a couple of parts on here. A little foam piece on the metal there, but I'm still going to soak this and clean it, and then I'll just take it out and use my air dryer on it instead of letting it naturally dry. So all this stuff is going to go in here. I'm going to get it all agitated a little bit here, and then I'm going to set this whole warm water Dawn dish detergent solution aside, and we're going to get to cleaning the other stuff while it soaks. So I'm using, as I said before here for the bugs, IPA, isopropyl alcohol, as people like to point out in my comments sometimes. It's just a label. I couldn't do anything about it. The label comes like that as the option from the factory, so that sells these little bottles. So we're using that 99% solution, cleaning out in here, and I'm trying something new at the recommendation of a commenter, which is to try these Clorox wipes. And Clorox, not necessarily the brand, just a disinfectant wipe. We have no affiliation with Clorox. And I'm actually pretty happy with how that's doing. Now on video that you can still see some spots there, but that's just what's happened to the metal from having that grossness sit on there. By wiping these off really well and then giving it a good kind of dry off with the microfiber cloth. That's just kind of what's left, but it's good. I feel good about it. I could sandpaper scrub them, but then they would look all scuffed up. I've done that on a number of projects in the past, and I'm just actually happy leaving it just like this. So using these wipes, some cotton swabs occasionally, and I'm pretty happy with how the clean is going. Takes a little bit of elbow grease. I happen to kind of really scrub and rub in some of these parts, but it is getting clean. And not only is it getting clean, it's getting disinfected. That's like the extra bonus. And that is the main reason why I am using IPA and disinfectant wipes on this project as my cleaning method. There are probably some other things I could use that might help lift up the grossness, but I'm also wanting to make sure to get rid of, just to kill anything on here and get rid of the smell, and it's doing a great job. So any of these boards, I'm being careful not to scrub too hard with it. I don't want to accidentally grab something vital and rip it off of here, but it is doing a good job of helping give me just that minor amount of abrasiveness and cleaning power and just get this stuff removed. Just some really hard to reach angles and stuff in here. I'm gonna pull the toothbrush out, use the IPA and get in there. This one, in particular, I don't know why, but I'm really getting the smell off of this one. It's nauseating. Use some BW100 down inside of here, and I'm just using that to help spray, kind of rinse clean some of these areas that it's hard to get inside of. There's a few places on this board that need a little bit of scrubbing and cleaning that you can see these droppings on. One of the places that there's some stuff is inside of this putty, and I will work on getting that. Unfortunately, I accidentally had my film not running while I was getting that. So I'll show you what it looks like clean, but you won't see me taking all these little pieces of bug grossness out of this this putty here. I'm gonna rinse these out and these bristles are long enough to get inside of here and help me kind of clean in there and rinse and scrub and rinse and scrub and keep doing it. And eventually, when I look in there with the right lighting, I can tell that I got everything. There was some grossness caked up inside of here. And here's what it looks like done, including that nice blue putty. Let's just remove this old thermal paste from on top of here. It's really hard to get all of that old thermal paste out from outside of this chip here surrounding it, but I at least want to get it off of the chip. Here is my absolute favorite example of these cleaning wipes and how good of a job they do. These fans are a nightmare, and I have cleaned entire fans like this using cotton swabs, and it takes so much time and it's so much waste. Just one of these things, look at that. So good. And there's with like all done. So satisfying. It's like new. All right, we can finally get to our bath and clean up this stuff now. I'm just using a paintbrush here, and it's been soaking for a good amount of time. That was about an hour and a half's worth of cleaning that I did in between here, and honestly, it looks really good. Like I'm hardly having to do anything, and all that grossness that was inside of there is just coming right off. So that's encouraging. So I'm gonna go over all of the surface here. Eventually, when I'm done scrubbing all of this, I will rinse all of these parts off. Probably go over them again off camera, rinse them off again, and then dry them. Anything with metal or foam or anything like that on it, I blast with my little electronic air duster. And then I, just to make sure that it doesn't have water that sits on there and rusts something. And then if there's yet anything to do after that, I might spot clean up with a little bit of IPA. But for the most part, this looks like it's doing a good job. And do we have anything else hiding in here? I think we got it all. Gross. That is gross. Okay, here are the parts we're going to replace. This guy right here, because our original one down here on the bottom, there's a clip that broke off of it. I don't think I caused that, but I have another one, so I'm going to put it on there. Then we have our power supply. Here's one that we just pulled out of a non-working system. And I'm going to put that in instead. And then our heat sink. No bugs hiding down inside of here, no grossness that's going to smell every time it heats up. So those are the three things we're going to replace from the donor system. Let's just get the thermal paste off of this donor heatsink, and then we can get to the reassembly. One thing I want to mention is that all of the screws that I'm putting back in here, I am cleaning because a lot of them also had bug goo on them. Alright, we are done with the cleaning part of this project. I'm happy with how it turned out. I still don't know if it works, and today I'm not going to find out. I have a few more things coming in the mail that I'm planning on cleaning, and then hoping to put together a small collection of things that I can give to Steve to make a video on at the Tronics Fix channel. And we are going to include this freshly exterminated Xbox Series X with that group. If you enjoyed this video today, you most likely will also enjoy the video where I gave a similar treatment to a PlayStation 5 that had another cockroach infestation in it. I'll put the link right down here in the corner for you if you want to check it out. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see you next time.
Now with Hulu on Disney Plus, your favorites are in one place.
Let's take a roll call. Meredith?
Here.
Officer Grant? Copy that. Ricky?
Officer John Nolan reporting.
My aunt loves you.
I'm big with aunts.
Okay, who else? Bruno?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Of course. How could I forget? Ooh, just how big is this Hulu on Disney Plus class?
Hulu on Disney Plus. Available with Disney Bundle. Sign up now.
The AI pin is not a scam, but it's also not very good, and the company is already looking to sell. However, there were a few features that did surprise me, and I think the story of Humane and its $230 million failure should be shared with everyone. So, let's dive in. Hey everyone, how are you all doing? If you're new here, welcome. My name is Crazy Ken, and the story of Humane starts with this gentleman, Imran Shakri. Imran joined Apple as an intern in 1995, and he worked on QuickTime VR under the Advanced Technology Group. But then, Steve Jobs returned to Apple in 1997 in a comeback so big, there's been multiple movies made about it, but that's a story for another time. Upon Jobs' return, he shut down the Advanced Technology Group, and Imran became part of the Human Interface team. He was a designer and inventor for various Apple platforms: the Mac, iPod, Apple TV, iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch. In fact, his name is on at least 1,000 US patents. Basically, if you touched any Apple product since 1997, you have experienced his work. And remember the dashboard that used to be in Mac OS? He was the lead designer on that too. While at Apple, he met some passionate and talented folks who would eventually play a role at his future company, Humane. But one of these people in particular was extra special to him. Meet Bethany Bongiorno, who also had an impressive resume. After wrapping up her consulting work at PwC in 2008, she joined Apple as a project manager for iPhone software, and a month later, she became the lead project manager for iPad software. And this is where she met Imran. Imran and Bethany continued working at Apple into 2016, and if you're an Apple event addict like myself, you might remember them demoing the new iMessage features in iOS 10 at WWDC. But this year would be their last year at Apple, as Bethany left in October 2016, and as for Imran, he stayed until December. But a month before he planned to leave Apple, he emailed his colleagues, and in that email, he maybe got a little too poetic. He wrote, "When you do things from your soul, you feel a river moving in you, a joy. Sadly, rivers dry out, and when they do, you look for a new one." Two higher-ups at Apple, Alan Dye and Johnny Ive, were alarmed by this, fearing the message could imply Apple's best days had passed. So they fired him, and he lost his equity shares. I don't want to sound like an a-hole towards these superiors, one of which who's not even at Apple anymore anyway, but that seemed like a move. Am I allowed to say? I'm not sure if there were other issues going on behind the scenes. You know how it can be. But in the end, Imran was gone and his shares were gone. So, what now? Family. After leaving Apple, Imran and Bethany spent more time with their 8-year-old daughter. And in December 2016, the couple married, and the passion for technology was still there. Now that Imran and Bethany weren't consumed by a thriving and busy company like Apple, they were able to take some time off and go to CES 2017 and explore the tech world outside of the big fruit. Then, one day, Bethany came home and saw Imran taking apart a projector and writing and drawing on a piece of paper. "What are you doing?" asked Bethany. Imran said, "This is what we need to build." This one-pager outlined what would soon be the AI pin, and a finalized version of it was used for one of the first patents for this product. Around the same time, Imran and Bethany went out for dinner one night, and at the table next to them was a family of 5, 2 parents and 3 kids. All of them were on their phones, not acknowledging each other's presence. Although Bethany was proud of the work she did at Apple, she has also said you can't not acknowledge there may have been some negative effects from the proliferation of smartphones.
I said, I'm just really curious if they've ultimately made us happier.
Ultimately, the husband and wife team started researching happiness, and they realized that presence is a huge factor in being happy. With this research in mind, Imran thought, we don't have a computer that is incredibly personal that learns about you and gets out of the way. Can we stay in the moment, but still be connected? That's the hole this new device will fill. But now you need to start making the physical product, so they're going to need a company. Humane was the name chosen for this new company. In fact, this company was initially incorporated as Humane LLC on November 17, 2016. So this company was already existing, just in stealth mode. In 2018, Humane launched a teaser website revealing the solar eclipse logo coupled with a hero photo. The site was pretty vague, claiming Humane is the next shift between humans and computing. But hey, you can't reveal too many details too early, right? But on February 6, 2019, Humane was officially incorporated in the state of California. So now they have the name and you know them by today. Humane Incorporated. Humane continued operating in stealth mode while raising seed funding. In July 2019, it was estimated they raised almost $12 million from multiple investors, including Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff. By March 2020, Humane's team grew to 18 people, including Apple's former cloud services exec, Patrick Gates. He was Humane's new chief technology officer. For now. Okay, time to count some money. September 25th, 2020, Series A. They raised $30 million, led by Sam Altman. Oh, the OpenAI guy. That's probably a good fit. September 1st, 2021, Series B, $100 million. In August 2022, they also hired content creator Sam Sheffer as head of new media. You'll see him in the setup tutorials. March 8th, 2023, they raised another $100 million in a Series C round. Factor in the $12 million seed funding estimate, and we're looking at almost $242 million in funding. And on the same day they announced that investment round, Imran gave a little hint as to what the first product will actually be. Our first device will enable people to bring AI with them everywhere. We are at the beginning of the next era of compute. Humane also announced they were collaborating with Microsoft and OpenAI to make this product possible. But all of these announcements didn't show anything tangible. There was no official hardware reveal yet. So people had to speculate, and some people were thinking, this might be a wearable. Remember that one pager I showed you earlier? It was actually circulating in October 2020. It could have leaked even earlier, I'm not sure. This leak was covered by This Week in Startups, but I cannot confirm where the official leak source came from, as he covered it anonymously. So the tech community kept piecing all these clues together to formulate what this product might actually be. But, to their luck, they wouldn't have to wait much longer. On April 20th, 2023, Imran took the stage at the annual TED conference and showed terrible AI generations of tech products. And babies with XR headsets? Really?
He's cute though.
Not with those hands. Anyway, Imran talked about technology one day becoming invisible, referencing Walt Mossberg's writing. And cleverly, his wife called him while he was on stage, so he proceeded to demo the mysterious product's laser projector and phone features. We don't get to see much of the device, but I think that's kind of the idea. The presentation is literally called The Disappearing Computer. A lot of the presentation, to me, felt like Imran was trying to get us away from screens.
But for the human-technology relationship to actually evolve beyond screens, we need something radically different.
And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but in a video Humane posted less than a year later on March 20th, 2024, they say something a little bit of the opposite.
It's never been about replacing. It's always been about creating new ways to interact with what you need.
It just seems like those points of view conflict with each other. And I don't know, maybe the whole screenless thing is something that Imran wants this to go toward in the future, but we're not there yet because this is just a stepping stone. During the TED Talk, Imran showed off the phone feature, language translations, and object identification, all without needing a smartphone. And on June 30th, Humane officially revealed the name of this new AI-powered wearable, AI Pin. And in October 2023, Time magazine featured the AI Pin in their best inventions of 2023. Wait, the product hasn't come out yet. Review units haven't even been sent out yet. How is this fair? Oh, Mark Benioff, a Humane investor, owns Time. Now I get it. But hey, at least they disclosed that. And speaking of disclosing, I'll just be blunt and say today's episode is sponsored by Triple 10. Take a look at the tech products around you. Think of the big companies like Apple and Google who made tech products billions of people use every day. And these companies can offer great work opportunities for you, just like Apple did with Imran. And the good news is, you don't need to be some genius wizard with an IQ of 200 who went to an Ivy League school. It's not as far-fetched as you may think. You can get a career in tech with Triple 10. Triple 10 is an online coding bootcamp, which will help you pursue a career in tech. And it's designed to be beginner-friendly with flexible hours. They offer programs in software engineering, quality assurance, business intelligence analytics, and data science. And graduates have moved on to work at big companies like Apple, Tesla, and Google. Triple 10 software engineering graduates have a median salary of over $75,000 and $89,000 for data science. And I think this is the best part. Triple 10 offers a get a job or get a refund guarantee. Click the link in my description or scan the QR code to get a free career consultation. That's right. It's free. And use my code ComputerClan for 30% off all of Triple 10's programs. Okay, let's see if Humane can launch this pin. On November 9th, 2023, Humane published an article titled Humane Launches AI Pin, and you can order it starting on November 16th. Great, so that means it's gonna arrive soon, right? Right? No. How about December? Nothing. January? No. February? Nothing. What the heck was going on? It appears there were some complications going on behind the scenes at Humane. I reached out to personnel to see if I could get clarification on anything, but no response. So, we may never know specifics, but what I do know is that a restructure at the company was needed. According to an anonymous Humane employee who spoke with The Verge, leadership announced the budgets would be lower for 2024. Meanwhile, Humane parted ways with 10 people, which was 4% of their staff, and their CTO, Patrick Gates, transitioned to an advisor role. Bethany posted about this update on LinkedIn, explaining these difficult decisions are in preparation for their next phase of growth. Finally, AI pins started shipping on April 11th, 2024, and as you can probably guess, I went ahead and bought one. At first, I was really skeptical about this thing, and that's why I was hesitant to drop the $812 on it. So I didn't click the buy button right away, but eventually I caved. Now, this is normally the part of the show where we explore the hardware and I break it down for you, but we have so many other important topics to discuss. So we're gonna blast through this next part. Welcome to the lightning round. On the outside, touchpad, dual microphone, speaker, camera, truss light, beacon LED, and laser ink display. 3 colors, 2 prices, $6.99 and $7.99. And it comes with a bunch of included accessories. Charge pad, charge case, cable and adapter, and 2 battery boosters which attach magnetically to charge the AI pin through induction and also attach to clothes. For software, AI pin runs Cosmos on device and in the cloud. And at the core of Cosmos is the TAO framework, Thought Action Observation, which enables Humane's AI to deliver what the user needs. And you can connect to the cloud with Wi-Fi or cellular. AI pin requires a $24 a month service plan for the phone number, unlimited data, cloud storage, and AI services. So that leads us to, what does this thing actually do? And I can show you a few things. I do have to attach it to my shirt to use it properly. I mean, you can use it just laying on a surface, but it's made to go like that, but this shirt is really lightweight, so it's a little saggy looking.
Yeah, let's adjust that just a little bit.
So in short, it's a virtual assistant, like Siri on your iPhone. But the way they advertise it makes it seem like it should be way smarter, and the more you use it, the more it will learn about you. And because the AI pin is, well, a pin, it's already positioned near your eye, so it shares a similar field of view. So it can see what you're looking at with vision. So for example, you can look at a flower and ask it, what kind of flower is this? And it will maybe answer you. Now I can already hear you saying, I can already do that on my phone. Yes, you can, but Humane's philosophy is to stay more present in the moment. They make it in such a way where you can just act on something. You don't have to pull something out of your pocket and look at a screen. And you don't have to find an app, install the app, learn how to use it, make a new account. You don't have to do any of those manual things. It's just tap and speak. So on paper, this thing seems pretty amazing. It has advanced technology in it. It's got a freaking cool laser beam. And not gonna lie, the design of this thing is really sexy. I really like how it looks and feels, and even the small details like the shiny Eclipse logo on the back are a nice touch. So why is the AI pin failing? Why are the reviews really bad? To put it bluntly, the AI pin sucks.
Thanks, Ken.
No hard feelings, Imran. I like you. I'm really trying to keep an open mind here. But truthfully, I can't find many redeeming things to say about the AI pin, and I've been testing it for multiple days in multiple different locations. The execution is atrocious. I don't know how anybody at the company thought this was a finished product. In my opinion, I think there were several people at Humane who thought it wasn't done. But they're afraid to speak their minds. I mean, they don't want to lose their jobs, right? The New York Times interviewed 23 people connected to Humane, and many current and former employees said the co-founders disregarded warnings about battery life issues. And a senior software engineer was dismissed after raising questions about the pin. Side note, I won't take a ton of time to talk about this, so I'll link it in the description. But there's this phenomenon called the Abilene paradox. And it describes when a bunch of people go along with a single decision, even though not everyone in that group agrees with that decision. And in the workplace, that can be very destructive. And I'm certain that's going on at Humane to some degree. Also, I can't imagine the sales of this thing are really high. The New York Times estimated it to be about 10,000 in early April. So that begs the question, how well does this thing actually work? Before I go over the bad things, let me at least go through my list of the good things. In addition to how cool the design and the laser are, some features did delight me. For example, I told the AI pin I'm lactose intolerant, and I wanted to see if it would remember. So later I went to the store and held up a gallon of milk and I asked, "Can I drink this?" And it said no, and it explained why. And then later I held up a carton of almond milk, asked the same question, and it said, "Yes, you can drink this." So the memory features seem quite impressive so far. I also thought the translation feature was neat. I was checking it with Google for accuracy, and it seems to be pretty good. Okay, now that we got the good stuff out of the way, let's talk about the bad. Number one, it's not easy to use. The more I use it, the faster I get at certain tasks. The voice stuff is usually pretty intuitive, but the laser ink display is just very cumbersome. For example, to unlock your AI pin, you have to use this hand-moving gesture to type in your passcode. I mean, yeah, it's... Nope, it turned off. Hang on. It turned off again. This takes so long to type in 4 numbers. Okay. I don't care anymore. And even worse, the laser ink display is not visible in daylight. It was already hard to see in the shade, but in direct sunlight, it's impossible to see on my hand. Another huge usability issue is the AI pin does not work with your existing phone number. You have to have a completely different phone number for it. You can import your contacts to an extent, and you can manually add other ones. But that first time you text someone with a pin, it's just kind of awkward because the recipient gets a completely different phone number, one that they don't know and that they don't initially trust. Problem number 2, it's unreliable. On multiple occasions, the AI pin would just not answer a question. Sometimes it would verbally give me an error, and sometimes it would just straight up say nothing. So I had no idea what was going on. And I also tried some things like looking at a cat and asking, "What type of cat is this?" And it would take 3 tries sometimes just to get an answer. Or in some cases, it would get the answer right on the first try, but it would take so long to process, I just ended up using the Google app with my iPhone's camera to get an answer in about half the time. And I actually didn't realize this without consulting the ground control documentation, but Vision is in beta. That explains the problems, but seriously, what is it with companies treating paying customers like beta testers? Here's another thing that happened. One night, I was at a small social gathering. We were around a campfire, and I wanted to take some pictures of it, you know, to be present and stay in the moment, but the camera would just not work. It would keep purring at me, making like a boop sound, and just saying, "Try again," verbally. And then I held out my hand to see if I could get more information, and it would just give me an error. Take a photo. Okay. Trying the 2-finger gesture. Problem number 3, the speaker is quiet. Now, you can wear a wireless earbud and that should rectify the issue, but if you're in a noisy environment, inside or outside, and you're trying to use the translation feature, I don't think other people are going to be able to hear you very well. Where's the nearest train station? Yeah, that's as loud as it gets. Yeah. Problem number 4, it overheats. Like, way too much. I lost track of how many times this thing overheated on me. It gets really hot really fast. When it does overheat, it warns you verbally. There's even a specific beacon light color that is for thermal warnings. And this happens when the touchpad surface hits approximately 45 degrees Celsius. I remember when I was on a phone call with Brainiac Brent. It was my first time testing the phone feature, and it overheated twice, and it just abruptly hung up the phone call. And problem number 5, and this may not be a surprise to some of you, the battery life is horrible. When I first got this thing, I left it in the charge case, and the case was plugged in for more than a full day. The internal battery was completely charged, and so was the booster battery and the case battery. The next day, I unplugged the charge case because I had to charge something else, and I thought, it won't be a big deal. But a day later, when I went to officially start testing this thing for the first time, the battery was already dead, just from idling. And yes, there's the swappable battery booster thing where you can put the other one on, but even when doing that, it didn't help that much. It just died! Yeah, I think it lost power. Of course, it doesn't do anything now. But at least it can't get any worse, right? I said, at least it can't get any worse, right? There we go. On June 5th, Humane issued a warning about the charge case, saying they detected a battery quality issue from a single report involving a third-party USB-C cable and third-party power source. And Humane is no longer working with the third-party vendor which supplied the batteries due to a potential fire risk. I mean, if Apple and Samsung could still survive after those big battery issues, I'm sure Humane will be fine too. But it's just not looking so good right now. So the AI pin really seems like a big pile of garbage. So why don't I think it's a scam? Look, I know I sometimes debunk tech scams on the show. That's part of my shtick. And I appreciate everyone who watches. But not everything I talk about is a scam, no matter how bad it might be. We have to keep in mind there is a difference between a scam and poor execution. The scams I debunk are filled with false advertising, fake backstories, doctored product images, stolen footage, and so many other unethical practices. Humane's AI pin is not that. Real Humane staff present the real product, or at least a demo unit, and their videos show disclaimers when a demoed feature is not yet available. They're being honest. Their videos aren't perfect, but they are way more professional than a lot of the scam stuff I've investigated. Sure, they got the protein count wrong for the almonds in a pre-recorded demo, and they got the location of the total solar eclipse wrong, again, in a pre-recorded demo. I don't know how you F that up, especially when your logo is a freaking partial solar eclipse. But hey, at least they fixed the issues. So in my heart, even though Humane is far from perfect, I believe they care, and they are legitimate. I just think they bit off way more than they could chew with this AI pin, and they released it unfinished. The good news is, Humane can push software updates. In fact, they document the updates at humane.com/changelog. Also, Humane published a video on March 20th, 2024, showing upcoming features, like being able to use touch gestures to unlock the pin instead of the numbers interface. And the most important update, in my opinion, is the SDK, so developers can implement their own software and services into the pin. So it appears Humane is making a constant effort to improve, and they're being transparent about it. Here is my concern, though. On May 22nd, 2024, during another sleepless night in my lair, I was doom scrolling through Facebook, not recommended, and I saw an article from The Verge. Humane is looking for a buyer for a price between $750 million and $1 billion. Only 1 month into AI pin sales, and Humane already wants to sell? The Verge article references a report from Bloomberg, which gives a few more details, including Humane's last year valuation at $850 million. And a New York Times article on June 6th said about a week after the reviews came out, Humane started talking to HP about selling itself for more than $1 billion. So Humane's future is uncertain. Their website still has 10 open jobs, so maybe they're still looking to hire people and fix these problems? We'll have to wait and see. Now that leads us to one final question. Who the heck is this product for? Especially when we already have smartphones and we're so used to how they work. And I'm not talking about who it can be for once it's more perfected. I'm talking about who is it for right now. There is a concept called the technology adoption curve, which breaks down a product's user base over time into 5 categories. We're here right now. In my opinion, this product is too expensive and unfinished for early adopters to buy it, let alone the early-late majority, the mainstream market. As the AI pin stands today, it's for the folks who don't mind experimenting with new technology despite it maybe not working. And it's only for people in that part of the curve that have the disposable income where they're comfortable enough buying a product that may not be finished yet. And that's where the chasm comes in. If the AI pin can't prove its worth to the mainstream market and make that leap to the early majority, it falls into the chasm, and generally that's the point of no return. If AI pin falls into the chasm, it will likely never recover and sell to enough consumers to turn up profits. Now, if you're a consumer who's looking to spend less time on their phone, whether it's for personal preference or you're trying to battle smartphone addiction, there's plenty of practical solutions out there. You can set screen time limits on your phone's settings, or just use a smartwatch during certain parts of the day. Or you can try a light phone, or a no phone. But unless you're on the innovator side of the curve right now, I cannot recommend the AI pin at all. But Humane, Imran, I am rooting for you. I want to see you be successful. And who knows, maybe down the road they'll release a 2.0 and it will be one heck of a comeback story. Hey, if Apple can bounce back from near bankruptcy and become a $3 trillion company, anything can happen, right? Right now, the AI pin is kind of like a teenage son. It doesn't always talk to me, and it doesn't always do what it's supposed to. But I still love it, and I want to see it grow up and become a better version of itself. And hopefully, Humane can deliver on that one day. Catch the crazy and pass it on.
When will Half-Life 3 come out?
Try Tide Free and Gentle. No irritating residues, no dye.
Why are doctors using this weird lamp to eliminate mold from their clinics?
And in 15 minutes, you know what's happening? This amazing...
Can I get this disk drive to work?
For one, doctors are not using some damn luminescent light to get rid of mold. Doctors would never support it, and doctors would never recommend something like that themselves because it doesn't work.
In this Xbox Series X Digital Edition, that's what we're about to find out. This video is sponsored by Eureka and their E20 Plus vacuum. More on them in a minute.
So when you hear scam advertisements, why are doctors recommending this UV light to help you get rid of mold? Don't believe it. It's a lie. It doesn't work.
Can I get this disk drive to work in this Xbox Series X Digital Edition? That's what we're about to find out. This video is sponsored by Eureka and their E20 Plus vacuum. More on them in a minute. So the Xbox is already partially apart from my last video, and in this video we'll also reinstall the clamp that I forgot to put in. So I need to get this torn down to this top board right here because that's where the connections for the disk drive are. So I just got a few screws in here to get down to that. Now this plate, we will have to install this plate instead of this one. Let's just make sure that's going to fit on here. I kind of assumed it would, but also you never know. Yeah, perfect fit. Okay, good so far. Now this is the board we need to remove. These are the connections right down here that we need to get to. So I am going to remove this board. That will just make it easier to do any of the soldering that we need to do. Now we'll remove the power supply as well.
Whoa, 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 hold on, hold on.
Then we'll remove.
What's going on? I missed it.
It on here. Can I get this disk drive to work in this Xbox Series X Digital Edition? That's what we're about to find out. This video is sponsored by Eureka and their E20 Plus vacuum. More on them in a minute. So the Xbox is already partially apart from my last video, and in this video we'll also reinstall the clamp that I forgot to put in. So I need to get this torn down to this top board right here because that's where the connections for the disk drive are. So I just got a few screws in here to get down to that. Now this plate, we will have to install this plate instead of this one. Let's just make sure that's going to fit on here. I kind of assumed it would, but also you never know. Yeah, perfect fit. Okay. So far. Now this is the board we need to remove. These are the connections right down here that we need to get to. So I am going to remove this board. That will just make it easier to do any of the soldering that we need to do. Now we'll remove the power supply as well. Alright. Then we'll remove this plate and this board, and we should be ready to go. And actually, before I forget, I need to take this thing the rest of the way apart so I can install that clamp so I don't forget that again. Which means we need to take that off. This metal plate off. And now we can put the clamp on. Alright, and now with the clamp on, we can get to what we're here for today. There we go. Now we can set this aside. Get down to this board. So now, in order to attempt to get the disk drive working on this board, we obviously need to place these connectors on this board, but we have all of these little components right here, some over here, a few down here. We have to swap all of those over to here. So the plan is to remove this connector and this connector, and then we'll swap all of these components onto this board, and then we will place the connectors. I want to place the components on here before we place the connectors, because the connectors are made of plastic and they're much more likely to melt when we're placing these other components. So we'll do that part last. Let's start by removing these big connectors, then we'll start swapping these components onto this board. So to remove these connectors, I'm going to leave the wires and connectors attached to the connector on the board, hopefully to soak up some of the heat to reduce the chance of the connector that attaches to the board melting. Then I'm going to bring my hot air onto the bottom of the board and heat it up from the bottom, and then as the solder melts, I will wiggle the connector off from the top, and that should result in the connectors coming off of the board without being damaged. There we go, we got one. This connector is taking a while. There we go. For a trace off, that should be fine. Don't like doing it, but it's not a big deal in this case. Okay, here we are, all set up under the microscope. Basically, all of these little solder pads that aren't populated need to be populated, and that's going to be a lot of little components. So sit back and relax and watch me get some soldering done. Okay, so we've got everything installed, all the little components, this little chip right here. This on the other board was missing, so I didn't install it there, obviously. Got all these little guys installed, this line installed, and this looks like a fuse that's installed. So everything here is installed correctly. Everything looks good. Now let's get these connectors on. And then after that, I think it's about ready to put this thing back together and test it. I thought we had everything. I just flipped it over and I just placed this chip here. We've got several components around here that we need to place on this board, so that's what we'll be doing next. And this should be the last one. All right, double check the boards. That all looks good.
Here at Tronics Fix, Steve keeps me pretty busy. But with 3 cats, 2 children, 1 spouse, 1 me, all living in one house, there are so many chores that constantly need to be taken care of at home. But I was recently able to check off one thing from my list: floor care. The Eureka E20 Plus has been a game changer for me. All I need to regularly do is unlock it, remove it from the dock, and empty it. Bags are a thing of the past. Who wants to be fiddling with those things and spend up to $70 a year replacing them? I personally prefer this much more eco-friendly method. Well, that alone is awesome, but how does it clean? With 8,000 PA suction on the carpet, it does a great job lifting dirt and even dealing with those pesky clumps of cat hair. One thing Eureka has really nailed is a roller brush designed not to get tangled up with hair up to 10 centimeters in length. I have a combination of hard floors and carpet with a large rug under my table. I was honestly skeptical of how the E20 would handle all the transitions, but it does it like a champ. It automatically senses when changing from hard floor to carpet and lifts the mop in to prevent the carpet from getting saturated. I was also curious how it would do with all the chair legs and table legs, but Loki and I are both sitting here in amazement at the job the sensors do of gently working around and getting every surface area covered. Living with cats and kids means it's near impossible to keep random things from being on the floor when it's cleaning time. No problem. The E20's use of AI is stellar at recognizing an obstacle and avoiding it. My favorite feature though is the app, with so many options to play around with for scheduling, spot cleaning, zone setup, and so much more. So if like me, you have a list of chores a mile long, you might want to think about giving the E20 a try. You can find them easily on Amazon just by searching Eureka E20 Plus, and that will take you right where you want to go to find that and other floor cleaning solutions from Eureka.
So as we prep to install this connector, we need to clear this hole and this hole. Those are the mounting pins that are on the connector. So I'm going to use my hot air to heat those holes up. And I'm going to use a solder sucker to suck the solder right out of it. I'm looking for the solder to liquefy. Once I see that happening, then I'll know we're ready to suck it out of there. See, the pads are liquefying. This will probably take a little longer. Oh, no, we're liquid. All right, and here we go. Okay, I'm going to move this a little bit, hopefully make it so I can get that out of there. There we go. All right, and now the next one. Okay, it is liquid. And there we go. So with that done, the next thing we need to do is prep this connector. So I'm going to flux all these pins up. They've got a bunch of solder on them, which isn't a big deal, but we want to clean that off so it'll sit nice and flush on the board, and we can solder it onto the board. So I got the flux on there, and now I'm just going to use my large iron, come through and melt these. That'll make the solder, I'm going to remove a bunch of solder, and then the solder that is there will sit nice and flat. So I'm touching my iron to it, and then periodically cleaning off my iron. That will clear off the excess solder. These mounting pins look pretty good. I think we'll be okay there. All right, and now we can see if this sits down on the board. And it sits down there perfectly. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is get these mounting pins soldered on, and then we'll solder on all the little, the other little pins. So I'm going to add a bunch of flux into the hole, and then get a bunch of solder onto my iron, and going just like that. Okay, there's one.
Introducing the new Ego Power Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment, featuring Ego's peak power technology. It combines the force of 2 of Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium batteries, delivering the power and performance of gas while pushing through even the heaviest of wets.
9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 if a product is advertising on YouTube and there's a QR code next to it and it takes longer than 20-something seconds to advertise, it's a scam. 9 out of 10.
And the other one. Now we can solder the small pins on the top side of the board. So that we'll need to add a bunch of flux. Alright, those look good. Now let's move on and do this connector. And first we'll clean up the connector just like on the other one. This is the pad we ripped off. Okay, there we go. Now the nice thing is that we can tell how to align it because there's one pin missing right here, and on the connector there's one pin missing right there. So we know that it goes just like this.
Take your shirt off.
And there we go. Okay, that's a pretty good start. Okay, now let's solder these other ones down.
Well, go ask this person or whatnot asking me, put your shirt on. Take yours off. What, are you ashamed of your body?
Well, we're looking good. Now we just need, I'm gonna add a little more solder.
Or is it that you have such low opinion of yourself that you have to try to degrade other people because you're ashamed that your body doesn't look as good? It's how you perceive it, your preference. You know, pick your poison, you know. Oh, you are ashamed of your body. Well, hey, go to the gym, work out, get yourself in shape. And take plenty of these. Now this is all natural vitamin D, 100% natural. Now, depending on your age, depends on how long you got to take them before they start working. I've been taking these my whole life. The natural vitamin D, and they increase your energy. Though they are better than multivitamins, because if you go and you buy multivitamins, you know, then you're kind of screwing yourself, because you're not getting the full effect of the one vitamin that you need, because they take out part of vitamin D so they can add part of vitamin A, but at the same time they're taking out part of vitamin A so they can add vitamin C, and then they're taking out part of vitamin C to add part of it to add vitamin K, but then they're taking out part of vitamin K to add another part of a vitamin. So see, you're only getting half of each vitamin, because they have to take out part of the vitamin to add another vitamin. And that's the problem. That's why when you take vitamins, you want to make sure you get the full dosage of that vitamin. Yes, I do realize that you may end up taking more pills than whatnot, but it's definitely worth it, because you're getting the full effect of that vitamin that your body needs. Well, I'm glad my words are inspiring. I try to do my best. You know. Oh, and by the way, if you ever meet a guy or a person in the street with a wooden leg, never ask the name of his leg. By the way, they will always tell you Smith. It's a running gag.
There we go. Those all look great. Now we go to the other side, and we'll be all done. So again, we'll add some flux. Now we'll solder the pins down. And there we go. So this board is fully populated. After all that work, you think it's going to work? Let's get it installed and find out. I'm just hoping I didn't miss anything. Like, I looked over these components multiple times to make sure that everything was there. but you never know. Sometimes there's circuits that go places you don't expect, so there's a possibility that I missed something. I'm pretty sure I got it all though. So I'm just going to put this thing back together. I'm not going to put it all the way into the case, but we'll get it together enough so we can test everything, because we don't need to get it all the way into the case. And plus the case is missing a hole for the disk drive anyway. Okay, all of this stuff is out of the way. I wasn't sure whether this was all the same, but it looks like that bracket's exactly the same. So no worries there. Cables need to go through this hole right here. And that fits on there just like that. Just wanted to double check to make sure this is very similar or the same as this piece. I want to make sure this wasn't, down hitting on something and this one didn't. But these are molded like basically exactly the same. There's just a cutout here on this one, as you can see. Other than that, they are exactly the same. So that's the thing I wanted to check there. So for our purposes, for testing, I'm just going to set the disk drive on top here, just like this. There we go. That can just stay just like that. And we'll put this board on here. We shouldn't need any of this stuff, but just on the off chance that any of it matters or makes a difference, I want to make sure it all plugs in too. Okay, that's there. Now the other thing we have to do is plug in a power cable that has the eject button on it. So I have one of those right here. We need to make sure it plugs in on the board. So this is normally in the front of the console like this. So then this cable folds around and plugs in right here. Okay, that feels good. Okay, good so far. I'm gonna put a paper towel under it just to make sure nothing shorts out. I don't expect it to, but you never know. Okay, I think we're ready to power this thing on and see if it'll take a disc. Okay, HDMI is plugged in. Let's see what happens when we plug the power cable in. Hopefully nothing smokes. Okay, good so far. Now, this is the eject button, and it should beep if there's power to the disk drive. It doesn't beep at all. Okay, let's see if we even get power to the console. We don't. Did I not plug something in? Maybe this is different. Okay, let's try the power button that came with this console. Okay, and just looking at these connectors, it looks like right in here is these look like the pins that probably send power over to the power button. And over here, I'm guessing it's these ones right over here. So I think that's pretty different in this new console. So let's plug this one in. Obviously, we're not going to have an eject button, but we should at least be able to see if the disk drive has power or not. So plug this in next, plugging in the console. Good. Let's see if we can.
Oh, and by the way, for you newcomers out there that may not know this, if you buy an Xbox or a PlayStation, I know I said earlier, but if you buy one with a disk drive, because that way you get more storage and more memory. But never use the disk drive, because that puts more wear and tear on your unit. So never use the disk drive. When purchasing video games and whatnot, buy all digital, because if you buy physical and something happens to the physical copy or whatnot, 9 out of 10 stores or whatnot will not return them, or refund your money, or replace it, because they are still harboring on the old-fashioned copyright laws, even though technology has become so advanced now that you really can't copy anything like a disk drive or whatnot, or a disc, or a movie or a game without the game being screwed up or the movie being screwed up. So you can't physically, I mean, you can do it, but it won't turn out too good. So the copyright claim bullcrap is, yeah, there is. It's nothing but cat. It's nothing but cat tar. Yeah. So bottom line is, but if you have a digital version, all you gotta do is get hold of the people at Game Pass or Game Pass on your PlayStation. Tell them that it's glitching out or it's not working right or blah 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 blah, and they will automatically just go from the end. They will go in there and check out your program, your game or whatnot, and they will fix it for free, and you won't even have to wait. And you won't even have to wait, maybe about 15 minutes. But see, that's the beauty about having a digital version versus a physical version. Because bottom line is, when you purchase a lot of people back then were saying, well, when you buy a digital version, you don't actually own it. And the thing is, yes, you do. You are buying you are buying license to that program. And with it being hooked up with your account, no matter where you go in the US or in the world or whatnot, they will be able to recognize that it's your property and not someone else's. So if you have to re-download it somewhere else, bada bing, bada boom, there you go. I mean, like, back in 2015, I bought all these digital games for the Xbox One X TV. Xbox One X, One TV, okay? And then, I ended up, selling the console, the Xbox One, not to a certain individual, because I had to go back, because I had to go back, and yeah, anyways, that's another story. Anyways, then 2023. See, I've not played a game or anything or whatnot since 2015 until I was back in the U.S. inadvertently back in the U.S. Yeah, anyway, that's a whole different story too. That's a whole other story for another time. If anyone ever wants to know about, they can just ask. And then the first thing I bought was an Xbox Series X, along with the PlayStation 5. Because my PlayStation 4 I had inadvertently got destroyed because I inadvertently locked rock, which is a luck rock, all the way from Ireland. Anyways, it fell and smashed my PS4, so I got a PS5. Bottom line is, when I was setting up my Xbox Series X, all I did was I went to a Game Pass store, put in my account, and the information whatnot, and bada bing, bada boom. All them games that I digitally purchased back in 2015 popped up. They are all, some of them are now on my Xbox Series X. I say some of them because I didn't download all of them, because some of them I bought prematurely, inadvertently, So but that's what I'm saying. No matter where you go, and no matter how long it is between the time of purchasing the game, downloading the game, and then systematically going away for a long time, and then come back many years later and download it on a similar console but newer, it will still be in your system, and you will still be able to download the content, and it'll be like you just bought it. Let me ask you this. How many people do you know that can actually say that about a physical copy of Forza Horizon 4? Not very many people can say that. It is what it is.
Powered on with a disc. Oh, we cannot. This is not going well. Alright, let's see if it'll power on. No, that's not good. I hope I didn't just ruin my brand new Xbox. But I mean, that's what we're here for, right? Is these experiment videos. It is just not. It's really strange that the whole console wouldn't even power on. Let's try plugging the fan in. Make sure there's no fail-safe there. I have had a PS5 that didn't work when the fan was unplugged. Okay, fan is plugged in. Alright, now let's see what happens. Nope. Okay, so let's try unplugging the disk drive and see if just having a disk drive in here is what's causing this. Okay, disk drive is unplugged and removed. Now let's see what happens. Nope. Wow. I also hear a little bit of like a buzzing, high-pitched, like whining noise. Not really a buzzing. Let's get this cover off and inspect the board and see if we can see what might be going on here. All right, so I just want to verify that there is power somewhere near the disk drive. So this is a power plane right here. It looks like we've got almost 12 volts there. We don't have 12 volts on this plane. So we don't have 12 volts on any of these chips. Let's check the fuse. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is the 12 volt plane right here. 12 volts there. 12 volts there. So we got 12 volts coming into this chip. I'm guessing maybe this chip sends 12 volts to the disk drive. I mean, it probably does. Let's check over here. And no voltage going into this connector right here. So I'm guessing this chip is what's supposed to be sending voltage, and it is not. Obviously something needs to tell it to send voltage, which is also not happening. But it is strange that just having this circuitry here is making the entire console not power on. So even though all of this circuitry is basically here, even adding the components just won't make this work. It is interesting that on the PS5 digital, I put a disk drive in that one, and the disk drive at least got power, but this, not only does it not get power, it also won't even power the console on. So now I have to see if I can fix my Xbox that I apparently broke by adding components. I think the first thing I'm going to do is just remove this chip right here. And then I might also remove this fuse over here, although that probably is fine. Probably this chip is what's causing it, I'm guessing. So I'm going to try removing that first, and then we'll see if it'll work after that. I also have to try not to melt these components right here, these connectors. They are plastic, so let's put a little bit of Kapton tape around them. Probably won't do much, but it might help. I'm going to aim my hot air away from these connectors. Should help a little bit. There we go. Now with that removed, let's see if it'll start up. We do not. Okay, what I'm going to do next is remove these two components right here, and then try and power it up. If that doesn't work, I'll remove the components that I installed on the back, and then we'll try and power it up. Let's try it again. No. Okay, let's remove those components from the back side, and then we'll try it again. So I've got that removed. I'm going to try and power it up again, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just going to mass remove all the components I installed, and we'll see if I just ruin this Xbox or not.
Yeah,
okay, I have the power supply plugged in and plugged into power. Now let's see what happens when we press the power button. Nothing. Okay, I think I have to admit total and complete defeat. I'm going to remove all the stuff that I placed on this board, and hopefully it'll work after that. Okay, here we go. I got almost all of those components removed. Let's see what happens. We have power. Yes! Okay, I actually don't want it to start up though. I want to get this all plugged in and get it back in the case, and then we'll actually try and start it up on the TV and make sure that it fully works. Okay, it's almost all back together, enough to test anyway. Let's make sure power's on and see what happens on the screen. Power, good. Oh, the fan. Oh, here comes the fan. Oh, here we go. There we go. This is actually the first time I've started this Xbox up. I've disassembled it twice, ran experiments on it, and now I'm actually going to start it up and get it set up. I'm pretty surprised that after installing those components, the disk drive didn't even have power, and even more surprised the entire console didn't have power. But if you want to see a similar video I made with the PlayStation 5 Digital, I'll put a link for that up on your screen now, so you can come hang out with me over there and see what happened when I tried to install a disk drive.
Ever seen a military monocular lens that can zoom in on objects miles away? You're about to. Toot, you gotta hear about this thing. It's like having the eyes of a hawk in your pocket. So there's this gadget, right, developed for the U.S.
It doesn't work. The advertisement of this product is over 90 seconds long, and it's got a barcode that you can scan. 9 out of 10 when advertisements are like that, you know, advertising a product, and it's over 90 seconds long, and also requires you to scan a QR code and whatnot. 9 out of 10, those products are a scam. But then there's that 1% that says that it may not be a scam. May not be a scam. You know. But way back when in the early 2000s, when they were advertising that flashlight that actually shines a beam of light so bright that it was bright enough to burn you and start a fire, they have actually improved on that. At first it didn't work, but yeah, you can actually now buy it off of YouTube, and it actually does what it says it was supposed to be doing in the first place. But yeah, this is a scam.
The Special Forces, and it's wild. Picture this. A tiny device, practically a telescope that fits right in your pocket. But don't let its size fool you. This bad boy can zoom in on stuff miles away. I'm talking about seeing the color of a bird's feathers from across it.
This video is sponsored by JLC PCB. In this video, I'm going to try and put this disk drive into this PS5 Digital. Let's do this. Now, you might be asking yourself, why would someone try to put a disk drive inside of the diskless PS5 digital? And to that,
And the answer is quite simple, because a total digital version of the game console is actually cheaper than buying with the disc drive. But my recommendation is buy it with the disc drive, because you get more room, you get more information, and you get more storage. But but never use the disc drive. Just buy like I said, buy all digital copies, because that way you can have them for like ever.
I say, why would someone not try it? So this is as far as we need to go for now, based on my comparison between the PS5 disc version and the PS5 digital version motherboards. The only differences that I've seen are this connector and this connector are missing off of the PS5 digital. So I'm going to use this PS5 disc version motherboard and take this connector and this connector off of this motherboard and install it onto this motherboard. Then we'll plug a disk drive in and see if it works. So first thing I need to do is remove them from the disk board. So I have this PS5 motherboard propped up so I can reach the top and the bottom of the motherboard. I'm going to use a hot air wand to heat up this area and heat up this area. That will melt the solder on the other side of the board, but leave the plastic connectors intact. Then I'll just use my tweezers to pull them off the board. So we got our parts off. I don't know what this component is. It's definitely not happy, but it doesn't really matter. This is a junk PS5 motherboard. So let's inspect these connectors and make sure there's no damage. Okay, and the FPC connector looks great, no melting. And the cable connector also looks great. So these parts are good to go. Let's get the other motherboard up here and get these installed. Now, as much as I don't want to, I think I'm going to remove the 43 screws to get this metal plate off. I probably can solder it on just fine with it on, but it's just going to be easier, and I'm going to be able to show it more clearly if this plate is off. So I'm going to do that first, then we'll get the soldering work done. And with those screws removed, we can take the metal plate off. Now we can see the entire motherboard and have much better access to these connectors.
Big retailers don't want you to have this zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new super powerful binocular.
No,
it's got the zooming power
no.
of the military.
It's bullshit.
And that's approximately how they're going to fit. I'm going to get under the microscope so we can make sure and solder each of these pins on correctly. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually rip some of the excess solder off of these mounting pins. That will help this connector sit down on here straight and smooth and fully, so then I can solder these pins on. Then I'll just add some solder and solder on the mounting pins. And now we have both connectors fully soldered on and secured to the motherboard correctly. You can see I got some solder on this ground plane right here. That's no big deal. I cleaned most of it up with some solder whip, but it's not a big deal to have a little bit on there either, so that's nothing to worry about. Now I'm going to get this PS5 digital back together enough to get the fan in, and then I'll put this disk drive in, and let's see what it does. So we're going to put the metal plate back on, I'm not going to screw all the screws in because we don't need them just to test this. I'm also going to plug in a power button board that's got the power button and eject button. So we'll remove that ribbon cable and put this one in. Now I can't actually put the fan in like I wanted to because the plastic cover that goes over this is not made for one of the disk drives. So in order to get to these connectors, I have to just leave it open like this. So I'm going to put this disk drive right here. Then we'll get the connectors hooked up. And now we're ready to plug it in and see what it does. Okay, HDMI cable first. Good. Power cable. Good. Nothing's exploded yet. That's good. Let's check the eject button. Oh no. The eject button doesn't beep. That probably means there's no power to the disk drive. Let's turn it on and just see what it does though. Okay. Come on. No, no power at all. Well, let's compare motherboards and see if there's some easy way that we can get power to the disk drive. Maybe there's just a fuse that bridges the connection, and maybe we can just install a fuse and it'll work. But let's check that out next. Before we do that part, I'd like to talk about today's sponsor, JLC PCB. JLC PCB is a great place to get your custom PCBs manufactured. In fact, you can do it all right on their website. First, go to jlcpcb.com, then click on Quote Now. You want to go.
Speaking of sponsors, hold on. I need to give a shout out to Monster Energy Drink. Yeah, the blue one is almost, the blue one is as good as the green one. But the only problem is, well, it's not a problem per se. Well, it depends on your preference. The blue one is low carb. So you will definitely get lower carbs with the one in the blue can. So yeah, this is Monster, an energy drink for the new generation. Oh. And by the way, for those of you wondering what that Monster is, can't Monster. Yes and no. Red Bull is 60% and 60 times more likely to kill you than Monster energy drinks, because Red Bull does have a hell of a lot more electrolytes, whatever you want to call it, than Monster. Matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why Monster. That's one of the reasons why Monster. That's one of the reasons why Red Bull doesn't advertise it as much anymore, because a guy in California took them to court for false advertisement. And you're not gonna believe, he won too. He took them to court because of false advertisement, because it didn't give him wings. I know it was a stupid lawsuit and everything, but you know what? He didn't win. But the bottom line is, he's not dead either. When he dies, then he will most likely get his wings. Because that's the thing that a lot of people are not seeing. Red Bull does give you wings. it is telling you right there in the advertisement, Red Bull does give you wings. Basically, it's saying, well, Red Bull is more likely to kill you faster than any other energy drink out there on the market. Red Bull will kill you faster. So yeah, and since a lot of people tend to believe that when you die, you become an angel and you get wings, that's the marketing ploy that the Red Bull company is working on. Red Bull, give you wings. Yeah, when the Red Bull killed you. Oh, by the way, that 1,001 ways of dying, where the woman drank so many energy drinks, her heart exploded. That's cat tar. That was cat tar. Doesn't exist. Never gonna happen. Never did happen.
To the top right and select your country. And now I'm just going to go over and add my Gerber file. Once that's done, I can customize my order however I want. You'll notice over here on the right, there's a $2 special offer. And then you can see the build time. And now that that's done, we can see the shipping time and the cost. So not only is JLCPCB.com super easy and fast to use, they make very high quality PCBs, and as you saw, they ship quickly and inexpensively to the United States. To get your custom PCB manufacturing started, just go to JLCPCB.com. So I have a motherboard for a disk version PS5. Let's compare it to the digital version. Now for the disk version of PS5, I found that this area right here has 12 volts when the motherboard is plugged in, but the power to the console is off. So this little fuse right here has 12 volts. This area does not have any voltage when the console is turned off, but it does have a fuse here. So I'm guessing at some point some of the main power does go through this fuse. On the digital version, I found that there's not even a fuse here, and there's none of these components up here. This is potentially great news. Theoretically, if I add all these components here from this motherboard, and I add this fuse from this motherboard, maybe we'll get power here. If we get power here, then the disk drive should at least be powered up. So I'm going to add all these components next, and hopefully that'll give us power to the disk drive.
Hey, by the way, not to insult anyone's intelligence or make anyone seem or feel dumb or whatnot. But if you can answer this hypothesis, inquiring and whatnot, if you can answer it correctly, it will actually improve, it will actually determine whether you are intelligent or intelligent decline. And the question is, why is water or liquid whatnot, why is it heavier when it's cold, but it is not as heavy when it's hot? That's right, you heard me. Yeah, you heard me. Why is water heavier when it's cold, but not as heavy when it's hot? And if you're saying, Conde, what are you, loco, asinine? What are you? Water is heavy whether it's cold or hot. No, not true. Because here's the thing. If you want evidence, and you can do this real easy yourself. Go to your local go to your coffee pot. Make a fresh cup of coffee. Oh no, wait a minute. Fuck hell with the coffee, because that's too much later. Go to your coffee pot. Make a pot of coffee. Fill the coffee pot up with cold water to pour into the coffee pot. And you will notice that the coffee pot is heavier with cold water in it. Then wait and let your coffee get done making and fix yourself a cup of coffee. Then you will notice that now that the water is hot and everything, the coffee pot, the water in the coffee pot is actually lighter than what it was when the water was cold. Now, like I said, if you can answer that hypothesis and whatnot, that will tell you whether you're smart or intelligently inclined, you know.
I have all the components added from this motherboard onto this digital motherboard, and I don't see anything else that I need to add. Now these look exactly the same, or this one looks exactly what this one used to look like. So I think it's time to test it again. And in all honesty, I don't know if there's any power here, but I do know whether there's power or not here, but you are going to have to wait and see. I do want to be clear, even if this does power up the disk drive, I still don't think it'll work, but you never know. Let's get back together and test it.
Introducing the new EcoPower Plus snowblower, a powerful compact snowblower from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment. Featuring Eco's peak power technology, it combines the force of two of Eco's patented 56-volt arc lithium batteries to exceed premium gas models. Easily clear a 12-car driveway with 8 inches of snow, all in a single charge. Built with steel augers, it can plow through ice and snow 50% faster before launching it 40 feet away and out of your way. Need to tackle snow after hours? Turn on the bright LED headlights and see your way forward. Once you're done, the foldable chute and handles make storage and transport easy. The snow stands no.
And that's together enough to test. Let's plug it in and see what it does. Okay, and power cable going in. Okay, let's see if we have an eject button beep. Oh no, we still don't. Okay, let's see if the console has power. Okay, the console does. Let's see what happens when we put a disc in. Oh, it takes the disc in. Does it spin up? It's not spinning up, it's making noise. Since the eject function doesn't work, I'm going to manually eject the disc. Then I'm going to put it back in and see if it recognizes here that there's a disc in it. It seems to me that most likely the South Bridge has disabled actually reading a disc, but let's try this and see if we get a disc icon up on the screen. Okay, now let's put the disc back in and see what happens. Let's take it. Okay, it's taking it in. And there's absolutely nothing on the screen indicating that it knows there's a disc in there. And the disk drive is making noise. It seems like it is trying to read it, but the disk won't actually spin up. So I think probably what's happening is, unfortunately, the software has disabled the actual spinning up of the disk. But I think it's amazing we actually got a disc drive to pull a disc in the PS5 digital. So hey, that's something, and it's been a fun experiment for me, and I hope you've enjoyed watching it. I also tried this experiment on the Xbox One S All Digital Edition. I'll link that video up on the screen now, so you can come hang out with me over there and see if it worked on that console. Thank you so much to JLC PCB for sponsoring this video. Thank you for stopping by today and watching it, and I hope you have a good one.
You screwed up both your systems.
The Commission wants to ban this baseball bat-shaped flashlight. Big retailers already banned this product from their stores. There's a revolutionary gamma ray flashlight out there, and it's got the lumen output of a military anti-aircraft searchlight. It's able to light up entire football fields, reaching up to 2 miles.
Oh, and by the way, that's a lie. No one has banned that flashlight baseball bat. No one. That's a lie. And the military doesn't use anything like that, so that's a goddamn lie too.
While lasting longer than a regular LED flashlight.
I know that.
Perfect for self-defense.
I know that for a fact because I'm a Marine. Yeah.
As two, shaped like a baseball bat, it can smash through anything. The product has already been banned from Home Depot, Amazon, and Walmart.
I bought these 20 broken games.
No, it hasn't. You want to know why? Because it never sold.
Consoles from an online liquidation website just to see if I could fix it.
It's a scam.
It was sponsored by DW100. More on them in a minute. So the first thing I wanted to do with this lot is check all the HDMI ports. So I already found this Xbox Series X that has an HDMI port issue. So this is going to be number 1, and I'm going to recruit Robert from the Restores channel to take this apart for me, and then we'll get the HDMI port replaced. Next we have this PS5.
Because bottom line is this. Amazon and all those places and whatnot that sell products like that will never ban a product that is made to help assist a person in self-defense. They will never ban a product that is made and designed to help you protect yourself. They will never ban something like that. So see, when you hear advertisements saying, well, they ban this flashlight baseball bat because it can destroy anything you hit with it, blah, 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 and it's already been banned from Amazon, been banned from Ace Hardware, blah, 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 blah. It never sold in Amazon, it never sold in Ace Hardware, because bottom line, if it does, they won't ban it. Why won't they ban it? Because it is a device, it is a weapon that is meant to better assist you with self-protection. So a product like that is a money-making product, and Amazon and whatnot, they won't ban it, you know. Especially if it's a self-defense product that can help you protect yourself without actually killing the other person. Products like that actually sell more than guns sell. So yeah, and it saying, oh, it's military based. No, it's not. I was in the Marines since 2014, and I can tell you now, we don't use crap. We don't use shit like that.
Digital edition. And as we can see, this one has an HDMI issue. So I'm going to also give this one to Robert to restore so he can take it apart for me, and then we'll get that port replaced. The HDMI port on this PlayStation 5 Disc Edition looks fine. So let's start it up and see if it shows up on the TV. Okay, and it's plugged in. We do have power. The PS5 does go to the white light, but unfortunately there is nothing on the screen. So this one is likely some sort of HDMI issue. I don't see a problem with the port. It's probably something on the board, maybe the HDMI chip. So after I'm done testing all these, we'll take a look at this board and see if we can figure out what's going on the board. Console number 4 is another PlayStation 5 Disc Edition. Let's see if it'll turn on and show anything on the screen. Oh, no power to the disk drive. And no power to the console at all. So game console number 4 has no power at all. I mean, that's probably like a power supply issue maybe. Hopefully easy fix. Let's move on to number 5. Game console number 5 is this PlayStation 5 disc edition, but it didn't come with any plates or anything. I mean, maybe that's all that's wrong. Let's plug it in and find out. Okay. Oh, there we go. Disk drive has power. Let's try disk real quick. I can see where it goes. Takes it in. Spins up. Does it eject? Okay, there we go. It's a little over there for a second. Okay, good so far. And game console number 5. There we go. PlayStation 5. Number 5 seems to be working fine. The display did glitch out, but I think it might be my HDMI switch. It seems to be working fine now. We'll test this a little bit more just to make sure that everything's working fine, but so far it's looking good. Game console number 6 is this Xbox Series S that has been taken apart before. This one's actually got something wrong with it, at least one thing. But let's plug in power and HDMI and see what happens. There we go. No power. Okay. So game console number 6 has no power. Let's move on to number 7. Oh. I don't know what that is. Something's rattling around in there though. Well, let's see if it'll turn on though. Show anything on the screen. Okay, this drive has power. And console has power. Okay, so everything looks fine so far. Let's try this. Takes it in and it spins up, okay? So number 7, no problems found. We'll test that more off camera. I think we'll have Robert the Restorers play some games on these. Some people have the worst jobs. Alright, let's change it up and have a look at this Xbox Series X. Don't see any problem with HDMI. Okay, all plugged in. Cool. This guy doesn't make a beeping noise. Nothing makes a beeping noise. It does turn on though, but you get no signal. That's strange. Okay, I feel the fan coming on. Oh, here we go. There we go, we do have a signal. It doesn't beep though. And we just lost our logo. Oh, it just turned off. Okay. So HDMI. But then turns back off. VW100 is one of the best electronic contact cleaners out there, not only because it does a great job of cleaning, but it's also non-flammable and comes in this aerosolized can so it can spray right down where you need it. VW100 can be used for cleaning off all sorts of electronic devices, even things like laser lenses. It evaporates super quickly and doesn't leave any sort of residue. If you have things like switches like these, you can spray it right down into the switches to help clean them out. You can even use them for electric motors. But one of my favorite uses for VW100 is cleaning analog sticks of controllers. If your analog sticks aren't totally worn out, then cleaning it with VW100 can often get it working again and reduce or eliminate drift. So what I do is spray it right down in the potentiometer. That's the little green thing on the side right there. I do that on each side, and then I move the analog stick up and down and back and forth a whole bunch. And that just helps clean out any gunk that might have gotten in there. The nice thing is I don't have to worry about it if VW100 gets anywhere else on the electronics that I'm cleaning, because it'll evaporate quickly and it also doesn't cause any problems with plastics. So I can spray it anywhere on this controller and it'll just evaporate and won't cause any damage. VW100 is not only safe for plastics, it's also safe for rubber and metal. I'm going to leave a link right in the description that'll take you right to it so you can buy some for yourself. Number 9 is another PlayStation 5 disc edition. Alright, disc drive power. There we go. Console power. Good so far. Blue light. It does show up on the screen. Let's see if it'll take a disc. Oh, we got a problem with the disk drive on this one. It takes the disk, but it doesn't fully spin up. Let's try another Xbox Series X. This one has not been taken apart. It is in pretty good condition. See if it starts up though. Alright, disk drive power. Yep, console power. Looking good so far. What do we get on the screen? Okay, black screen, preparing console. Who's making progress? There we go. So it looks like it's all ready to set up, so let's test the disk drive. All good. Takes it in, spins up. Okay. So console number 10, we are halfway through, and no problems found so far. And game console number 11 is this Xbox Series X. Definitely got some wear and tear. It's pretty scratched up on the top, or scuffed up really, I guess. But everything looks good from the outside. Let's get it plugged in and see what it does.
Over 14 million shelter pets fed and adopted. Science did that.
Spy with you.
No, it didn't. You want to know why? Because here in the U.S., pets do not exist. Why? Because Supreme Court ruled back in the mid-90s, late 90s, that pets are considered by property, by law. So if you go and you sue for pain, suffering from your pet in small claims court, you will automatically lose before you even start to sue for property damage, not pet damage, or pain suffering for your pet, because you will instantly lose. And the reason the Supreme Court ruled back in the 90s and the late 90s that pets are now considered property is because it falls under the Cattle Act. So yeah, it falls under the Cattle Act law. So your pets, you may consider them pets, but by law, they are considered property. So like if your neighbor's animal hurts your animal, you can't sue for pain and suffering for your pet and win. In order to win a small claims court like that, you will have to sue for property damage. I know it may seem a little degrading, thinking of your pet as property, but bottom line is that's what it is. Your pet is property. You are feeding it, you are housing it, you are keeping it clean, you are keeping it shots of fish. The same thing you do with cattle. That's why it falls under the Cattle Act law. And cattle is property. So yeah, bada bing, bada boom, there you go. Short and sweet history lesson of the U.S. that you may not know about, that I ran across when I was doing my studies of the U.S. Oh, and by the way, also in Oregon, in Oregon, it is still legal for a husband to beat his wife with a 6-inch leather strap if, yes, you heard me correctly, in Oregon, as of today, the law is still on the book, says that it is legal to beat husband, it is legal to beat his wife with a 6-inch leather strap if she gives him permission. Yeah, see that thing. Or he can use a longer leather strap to beat her with as long as she gives him permission. And God, I can't remember what, German, whatnot, New York, whatnot, dogs and cats must get along. No ifs, ands, or buts. In Florida, it's illegal to take a bath on Wednesdays. And those laws are still on the books as of today. Yeah, when that law was passed back in 1908, making it illegal to take baths on Wednesdays in Florida. No, sorry, Tuesday. But yeah, stupid laws like that are still on the books here in the U.S. as of today. No. I mean, if you're interested, look them up. You know, it wasn't that I was interested. It was just that when I came here for vacation way back when, I did a lot of research on the U.S., so yeah.
Anything to get this a spy, that's preposterous.
How to heat a room in 90 seconds if you don't have central heating.
This game-changer invention will keep you warm without costing you a fortune. It can crank up the heat in any room within seconds and get this guy has power. Console has power. Let's try this. Okay, takes the disc in. Disc spins up. And everything, at least so far, looks good in this one. We'll test it more off camera and come back to it if there's something wrong. Let's move on to number 12. Let's do another PlayStation 5, another disc edition. This one looks good on the outside. Power, HDMI. Ooh, no disk drive. Oh, disk drive power. Console power. Ooh, I thought. Let's see what happens here. Ooh, no lights or anything. Okay, blue light. And off. So this one turns on, blue light comes on, and then turns right back off. So we'll be taking a look at this one in a few minutes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to test. And another PlayStation 5 disc edition. Everything looks good from the outside. This drive power. Has power. Console has power. Ooh, the disc drive's running.
And it's loud.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, it's too loud.
Definitely a disk drive issue. It looks like it is starting up though. So number 13 is the disk drive problem. Let's move on to number 14. And here we have another Xbox Series S. This one's got quite the scuffs on it. Plug it in and see what it does. Alright, power on.
No.
Yes, it does. Does it show anything on the screen? And this one actually hasn't even been factory reset, which is a little strange. Usually they will factory reset these. I don't know why this one's not, but everything looks good so far, so we'll need to test this more off camera. Let's move on to number 15. And number 15 is a PlayStation 5 disc edition with no plates. This one's got quite the bent fan cage right here. Don't know if that's why it was in with this lot, but maybe. Everything looks good on the back. Let's see if it starts up. Disk drive power. Yep. Console power. Yep. And it looks like we have a signal. Yep, there we go. Let's try this. Takes it in and spins out. So number 15 is another no problems found. Let's move on to 16. Console number 16 is this Xbox Series X. Don't really see any problems on the outside. Let's see if it turns on and if it shows anything on the screen. Disk drive power. Didn't make noise, but it is coming on. Oh, the whole console's coming on. Okay. Interesting. I didn't hear any beeps again. I'm not sure what that's about. Hearing console. Okay. And it just turned off. I tried to turn it on again. Let's see what happens. Yeah, here it is. Recurring console, 50%. Really weird it didn't stay on. I'm not sure what's going on there, and it's stuck at 50%. Something went wrong. Error E200. Okay, we'll be taking a look at this in a minute. Well, let's move on to console number 17. And console number 17 is this Xbox Series S. It has been taken apart. It has some sort of custom sticker, but I don't initially see any problems on the outside. It's very scuffed and scratched and dirty. Let's see if it turns on though. There we go. Power. The light. Is the light not working? No, it's there. It's like yellow. I didn't know that was a thing. It's almost like greenish. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if somebody modded this so I had a different color LED. Maybe. We do have a picture on the screen. And set up the Xbox. Okay, we'll need to do more testing on this one. So far, everything's looking good though. So this PlayStation 5 had this bag of screws on top of it in my storage. I think I must have needed to get...
Yeah, and by the way, here's another thing. Either you don't know it, or you don't realize it, or just a factor into your intelligence. No. When people tell you, if people tell you that, if Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo find out that you are playing those games or programs like that on a modded SP, modded Xbox, or modded Nintendo Switch, they will ban you from those services for life. No, that's not true. Nintendo, Microsoft, especially Microsoft, my family, by the way, and Sony, they don't give a rat's ass whether you mod your Xbox, your PlayStation, or your Nintendo Switch. They don't give a rat's ass if you mod it. Why? Because bottom line is when you buy your Xbox, PlayStation, or Nintendo Switch, you own it. You own it. It is your property. And you're probably saying, well, conde, I knew that. Well, yeah, you probably did know it, but you probably also found several people or heard of several people that claim that, well, when Nintendo found out that I was playing on a modded Switch, they blackballed me and canceled my subscription and banned me for life. No, they don't care. They don't give a damn. If you were banned or whatnot from using those software and whatnot, it's something else that you did. Don't blame it on stuff that they don't really give a damn about, you know. This one woman said, well, I made an Apple computer product in my Animal Crossing game and displayed it. And that's why I was banned. No, they don't give a damn. If what you do with your console or your game or whatnot does not affect them in the way of losing money, they don't give a damn. If it doesn't affect them at all whatsoever with losing money, they don't give a damn. And us here at Microsoft, if you wanna mod your games, mod your system, go ahead. There's a 50% chance you'll screw the whole thing up, but that you're taking your own risk. You know, we don't care, you know, because you own the product. And when you buy a product, you are buying some of the rights and whatnot that go along with that product. Making on their mind. And besides, I mean, I haven't spoken with my family about it, but there's a rumor that in 2027 that we are no longer going to be in the gaming market here at Xbox, Microsoft and whatnot. Now, I don't, like I said, I really haven't checked into it. I've not asked my family anything about it, and I don't care. Because we are just in the gaming industry to give players a different and more advantage than other game companies. We don't care. I mean, we do care about the fans and everything, but money wise, man, no big deal. That's what we don't really care about, because we got enough. I mean, we've been around way longer than Sony. We've been around almost as long as any of them. All the computers and software and whatnot in the NASA centers and whatnot, it's all Microsoft, because NASA, you know, they don't trust anyone else except Microsoft. So if NASA doesn't trust anyone else other than Microsoft, that says right there that, yeah, here in the U.S., we are number one when it comes to computer technology. Yeah. Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. It's your preference, it's your decision, it's your aspect, depending on what you like, you know, go with it, you know. Me? Yeah, I love Microsoft because that's my family. I love the people that work there. I love the people that's my family. But I also love Sony. Even though I'm still kind of pissed about what Sony did with Nintendo, and then they go around and bold-faced, two-faced lied about it, saying Nintendo screwed them over when Sony actually screwed Nintendo over by stealing no technology and whatnot to make the PlayStation with stolen technology. But speaking of which, yes, the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2 is made with stolen technology. Yes. PlayStation 3, 4, and 5 isn't made with stolen technology, because by the time the PlayStation 3 or whatnot rode around, the technology was so advanced that the stolen technology that was stolen was obsolete, outdated. So yeah.
Pictures of this for something, and so I had to take it apart. So I got hopefully all the screws for it. This is the disc edition, and it looks like everything looks pretty good on the back. Let's plug it in and see what happens. Sometimes I have these and they sit around for a little while, and then I need, you know, either parts or pictures or something. So this stuff just happens. Do I have a disc in it? I don't know. It restarted. We do have, okay, repairing console storage, alright. Let me try putting a disc in this. Definitely won't take a disc. It feels like there's a disc in there. But it also won't spit it out. Okay, so console number 18 shows up on the screen, but there is definitely something wrong with the disk drive on this one, so we'll be taking a look at that here in a minute. We've got 2 more to go, let's see what's wrong with them. Number 19 is an Xbox Series X that has been taken apart before. Well, let's plug it in and see what it does. I don't see any problems like initially on the outside, so not sure why they took it apart, but we'll figure it out. Okay, disk drive has power. Console shows up on the screen. Let's try a disk. Okay, holds it in. Spins up. Everything sounds good with that. And it's ready to be set up. So another one that initially I see no problems with. And our last console is this PlayStation 5 Disc Edition that I don't see any problems with. On the outside, it is missing the plates. But will it turn on and will it play a disc? Let's find out. Disk drive has power. Console has power. Then we can take a disc. Yep, take the disc, it just spins up. And it is starting up in the background. So no problems found on console number 20. We've got them all tested. Let's start the repairs. Let's start the repairs with number 18. It's got a problem with the disk drive. This is the one where I've taken it apart before. Let's see what's going on with it on the inside. See if we can fix it. Yeah, we've got a couple screws in it still. Hand screws are here. The disk drive's not working, but it is plugged in. So I'm not sure what's going on with it. Okay, and not sure if this ribbon cable's plugged in all the way. No, actually, I think it's probably okay. Let's get this disk drive taken apart then. There must be something going on the inside of that. Everything looks normal and fine so far. No problems here, which I would expect. I think we probably have a problem with the laser on this. I don't see anything broken here or any sort of problem so far. So I believe we just have a problem with the laser. Let's get that replaced, and then we'll get this thing back together and see if that fixes it. Now I could just replace the laser on this if I wanted to. There's a little retaining tab right here you have to remove. You can pull this bar out and replace the laser. But you can also replace this whole assembly, and that's what I'm going to do here. This goes under here, just like that. Cable right into this connector right here to there. Now we're going to need to put the screws back in. Okay, we're all good there. These rollers look good, but since we're already in here, might as well give them a cleaning. When these get dirty, they don't pull the disc in as well, so have the thing all the way apart to here, you might as well just clean those. Now just these 4 screws to hold the plate on, and we're ready to put this thing back together. Alright, and with all the screws put in this disk drive, we can get it reinstalled into the PS5. Now I did put most of the screws back here, but I am missing a couple of these silver screws, so I mean it's not like it really matters. You don't need those 42 screws around this entire thing, so it's not going to hurt anything as far as the functioning of the console. It's just kind of weird that they're not there, but oh well.
They just do have to increase the power.
Installed back in, and then we can hook up the wires, put the fan in, the rest of the screws, and then we can try it out. Okay, good so far. Put this in. Alright, it's taking it in, and it is spinning up just fine. We'll have to get this set up and do a little more testing, but this disk drive seems to be fully fixed. So we fixed the first PlayStation 5. Let's move on to the next console. Next, let's check out PlayStation 5 number 4 that has no power. So I'm just going to tear this down right to the power supply. I think that's most likely the issue. So I've got a tester that we'll test it with, and then if for some reason that's not the issue, we'll do some diagnosing and see if we can figure it out. Now with all of those totally necessary screws out, we can pull this metal plate off. There we go. And don't really see any problems so far. What I'm going to do though is plug this in to a power supply and then see if we get voltage down on these 2 pins down here. Power supply plugged in. Let's see what we have. Oh, we get 12 volts. So that tells me the power supply is most likely working just fine. Okay, so now we got to do some testing and figure out why we have power to the board but it won't turn on or do anything. There's no power to anything else. The fan, the disk drive, the power button, just no power to anything. I think the first thing I'm going to do is take the board all the way out and just inspect the whole thing, see if we see anything obvious, and if not, then we'll get down to doing more testing. So first things first, let's go ahead and check the fuses on this thing. There's, I believe, only one fuse on the top side of this board. That fuse is good. Now, while we're also on the top side, let's plug it in and check some voltages. I'm going to first check and see if we get voltage down on the power button. It'd help if I put it on voltage reading mode and not ohms. 3.3, 2.9, I think that's probably good enough. And the button does pull it down to 0 volts. This button. Yep. So I think that's good. 2.9 is not 3.3, but I think it's probably close enough. Let's come up and check the voltage around F002. So let's see, first of all, if we have 5 volts in.
F002 doesn't work.
I think we get 1.8 out. We do get 1.8, and then there should be 3.3 right here, I think. Yeah, 3.2. That's close enough. Okay, so definitely no worries there. Let's check for shorts around here and see if the HDMI chip is shorted. Just test to make sure our meter's working. And it is. Alright, let's see what we have. Everything's fine there. Fine there. It's all fine. One leg of these chips should be grounded. Okay, no issues there. Alright, no issues there. I'm just going to do some random checking for shorts around some of these other components. So these are showing shorted when I have it in the beat mode. I'm not sure if these are supposed to have 46 ohms. I feel like these are probably not actually shorted. Yeah, so we got 1 ohm on this side, 46, 47 ohms on this side. I think that's probably fine. They're probably just low impedance. And this one, I don't have a board to check this against, but I think that's fine. Similar to like all of these APU capacitors, also have very low impedance, although even lower. So 1.3 on one side and 0.9 on the other. So if we put it over in resistance mode where it would be, all of these will seem like they're shorted, even though they're not actually shorted. There's just very little impedance on these capacitors. Now we do have 12 volts coming from our power supply, which we know. So we have 12 volts here. Let's see if we get 12 volts on this line. Yeah, we do. So we have 12 volts here that's ready to go into the APU once the console turns on. So that should be good. All right, let's get this board flipped over and check the other fuses. All right, let's check these fuses over here. Good. Good. 3501. Good. 3502. Also good. 7502. Good. 7003. Good. 5402. Good. 5401. Good. 7001 is good as well. Okay, so all the fuses look good. No shorts that I found anywhere so far. Now, one of the things I did notice, though, it's kind of hard to see, but if you notice right here, this component is totally blown. So is this one. Actually, these probably all are. These are all capacitors. And that tells me that there was likely a lightning strike through the Ethernet port. So that's the other thing we're battling is probably a lightning strike, which also means it's, I don't know, probably somewhat likely that there's a problem on the south bridge. We've got a few more things to check. So far, this is not looking ready for a fix for me today. So to recap, all the fuses are good. There's no shorts, at least that I found. The Power supply is putting out 12 volts. There's voltage on the board in the places it should be. I have checked standby voltages. We got the 5 volts, we got the 3.3, we got the 1.8. All the voltages are there that should be there. And it still just does nothing. So I think this is probably a BIOS issue, maybe Southbridge issue. For now though, I'm going to call this not fixable for me. Let's move on to the next console. Well, let's see if we can fix this Xbox Series X next. This is the one that had the error E200. So I'm going to get it plugged in and see if that error comes up, and then see if we can fix it. So the first thing I'm going to try, assuming this comes up with the same error, is I'm going to try installing OSD1.
Yeah.
That should fix this, but if there's a problem on the inside or a problem with the SSD, then that might not fix it. So hopefully it's not a problem with the SSD, because that's generally not something that can be fixed. Okay, let's actually go and troubleshoot real quick. Let's try and reset it. We're going to remove everything and see if that fixes it. Okay, back to preparing console after the reset. It is definitely taking longer to start up. Maybe that's good news, I don't know. And we're just stuck at 61%. It says don't turn off or unplug your console, but I'm gonna turn it off. Start over. Hey, we got a beep. That's good news. If it beeps when I turn it back on. It does beep. Making progress. This drive beeps even? Alright, well, let's see what happens. We're at 50%. Oh, 62. Oh, 63. Hey, it's still going. Okay. Hopefully it'll actually do something this time. 64. Okay, I'm going to try and get this set up and see what happens. But so far it looks good. So we're just finishing the update. We're at 94%. Let's check a disk and see if it plays a disk. Takes it in. Spins up. Okay, that all sounds normal. I thought I was going to have to install OSU1, which is the software for the Xbox, but it looks like simply just doing a full reset of the console might have fixed this one. So if that's all it was, this one was a super easy fix. There we go. Just have to finish setting it up. This one is all fixed. Let's move on to the next console. Next we have PS5, number 12, blue light, then turns off. Let's plug it back in just so we get a fresh look at this, so I know exactly what's going on, and then we'll get it taken apart and see if we can diagnose this thing. Okay, here we go. Power button, blue light, and right back off. So that's like a 2-second blue light, and then it powers off. So let's get this thing taken apart and start inspecting the motherboard. Alright, plastic mid-frame is off. Let's get the disk drive out. Everything looks really nice in this thing, like it's nice and clean. Just don't see anything that looks like it's having a problem, at least yet. Alright, the metal plate is all loose. And see zero problems so far. Alright, let's have a look at the other side. And the APU actually looks pretty good, not really any dry spots there. And I see nothing obvious going on. So let's get started by checking the fuses. 7502. Good. 7003. Good. 3501. Good. 7501. Also good. And is that all? I think that's all on this side. Oh, 7002. There we go. You checked this one already? 3502. Good. Let's go to the other side. 7001 right here. Good. 5402. Good. 5401. Good. And is that all the fuses? I think that's all the fuses. So I'm going to start looking for shorts. So I've checked fuses, no blown fuses. I've checked for shorts, no shorts that I can find. I've checked voltages. All the voltages that I've checked look good. So this seems to be another board where maybe BIOS, maybe Southbridge, or it could be just another chip that I just haven't found. But unfortunately for me, this one, at least right now, is going to be unfixable. Also, I do want to say on these PlayStation 5s, there is a way to check the error codes for the motherboards on these. I don't have those tools yet, and I haven't tried it yet. At some point I will, but I just haven't done it yet. That would definitely help us narrow these down. Next, we'll have a look at this Xbox Series X. Turns on, and then turns right back off. Or turns off soon, anyway. Okay, starting up. Thought it turned off sooner than this, but No noise is on any buttons. Is it just staying on now? Okay, I'm gonna hook up the HDMI and see if it's up. Fan's still on. Okay, let's hook up the HDMI. Okay, HDMI plugging in, still on. And now we have what? You guys saw this. This was number 8. It turns on and then it turns back off. And now it's just staying on. Let's try and update it and see if that's the issue. It could just be an update issue. And actually, I think what I'll do is try and just factory reset it. Because there is someone's account on here right now. So, system, console info, reset. Okay, let's see what happens. I thought for sure this was going to be a difficult fix, and maybe it still will be, but I just can't believe that it's turned on and stayed on. So here we are, still updating. So far, it has stayed on. Previously, when I was first testing this, it would stay on for like 30 seconds and then turn off. So this is really good. We're at 94%. Let's see what happens once it's fully updated. Okay, everything looking good. Okay, so here we are all set up. We do need to test the disk drive. Let's give that a try. Takes it in. Spins up good so far. And there we go. So this Xbox is working fine. I'm not totally sure what we did to fix it. I think just resetting it and updating it is what fixed this one as well. Let's move on to the next console. And console number 9 has a disk drive issue. I don't remember what it was doing, so let's find out. And this one is just one, it's not reading the disk, so probably another laser issue, but let's get it apart and check it out. And with the mid-frame off, we get our first look at the disk drive. Ribbon cable looks good. Yep, that side's good. And that side's good. Alright. I don't think the disk drive has been opened, but we're going to do that now and see what it looks like on the inside. Just looking here, I don't see any issues initially. So let's get this plate off, have a look at the laser. And nothing too crazy going on inside here. All looks how it should. So next we need to remove this whole assembly. Yep, no obvious problems. So we're going to replace either just this laser or this whole assembly. And we'll place the new one down in here. Just like that. Okay, we need to make sure that pin goes through this little groove right here, just like that. Okay, that all looks good. Now we can get it back installed on the metal plate and then back in the console. Make sure the ribbon cable, then this mid-frame, then the fan. Now with all that stuff on, we can install the covers. One.
Introducing the new Ego Power Plus snowblower. A powerful compact snowblower from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment. Featuring Ego's peak power technology.
At Penn Foster, I can earn my high school diploma online, on my time, and on my budget.
I can start school when I'm ready. I can balance school with my life and job. I can...
Now let's plug it in and see if it works. So it starts up, shows up on the screen. Let's see if it plays a disc, or if it just spins up at least. There we go, the disc is spinning up just fine. So we fixed another game console and a PS5. The last two haven't been great, but this one is working great. Let's move on to the next console, which is going to be this Xbox Series S. And this one has no power, so let's just get right into it. We don't need to test this again. I'm not sure what we're going to find in here, but given that there's a whole bunch of openings on the top, I feel like we might be getting into some liquid damage here. Hopefully not, but it wouldn't surprise me. I've seen a lot of liquid damage on these things. All right, let's open it up and see what it looks like. Okay, fine so far. Oh, wow. Never mind. Look at that.
That is totally damaged.
You know, everybody's got to know when to say, nope, I ain't touching that. And this is definitely that time. Let's move on to the next console. So next, I believe this is console number 1. I have Restore Rob take apart for me. And I'm going to replace this HDMI port. I'm going to get my hot air soldering station started up, and I'm going to heat this from the bottom right down here until this port just falls out. And then while it's still warm, I will install the new port and then just let the solder solidify. And then we'll check it and make sure it's all soldered on correctly. Before we do that, I am going to tin these pads. So I'm going to put a little bit of flux on these and then just come through with my soldering iron and just put a little bit of solder on each of those pins. I do also want to say, if this is something that you want to learn how to do, that looks fun to you, I do actually have a soldering course, GameConsoleRepairSchool.com. And the first course, I have a number of courses there. I have 3 total courses, but the first course for beginners is totally free. So if you've always wanted to do this, but don't know how and don't have a place to learn or a way to learn, you can learn for free online. From me, I have my hot air station set at 1100 degrees Fahrenheit and an airflow of 3. These take a ton of heat, so I use a ton of heat to remove them. These boards are really thick, so it just takes a lot to get these ports off safely. And if you don't get enough heat on them, then you're going to end up tearing pads, and then you're going to need to take my other soldering courses to learn how to micro solder. So it's important to get plenty of heat on these things. And I'm going in a circular motion because there is solder along the front, along the back, and the sides that needs to all melt and all be liquid at the same time. Solder is melting on the front a little bit, but not on the back yet. Oh, there we go. It's getting there. There we go. It's getting loose now. Gonna wiggle it a little bit. Not too much. Okay, now that port's out. Now we just need to install the new port. Solder is nice and melty, so almost ready to put it back up in there. Okay, let's give it a try. Come on. There we go. Better? Now, I want to make sure that the back gets soldered on all the way. So I'm going to put some pressure on it with my tweezers and heat it all up again. This will help the back solder on all the way. And there we go. All right, and now I'm going to come through and just re-solder all these pins. I'm going to use my large iron to basically just touch all of them, make sure they're all soldered down really well. All good so far. Okay, and then we'll come through with a dental pick. Oh, we got to resolder that one for sure. Okay, so that one needs to be resoldered. So, alright, and with that resoldered, just check each pin real quick. And they're all soldered on solidly, and that looks great. Now I'm going to give this back to our storage route so we can put it back together. I'll move on to the PlayStation 5 HDMI port. So here we have the PlayStation 5 motherboard, and it's essentially going to be the same thing. I'm going to heat it from the bottom right here with my hot air soldering station until the port drops out. We'll come through and just install this new port. The PS5 board isn't quite as thick and takes less heat, so this is actually an easier job than on the Xbox. So I'm going to get my hot air station started up, my fume extractor turned on. Let's get this thing removed. Okay, and the solder is, oh, there we go. I just pushed down on that one mounting pin and it just fell right out. So now I'm going to keep this nice and warm. Actually, you know what? looking at this port, it is not in good condition, and I want to make sure none of these pins are broken off on the other side of the board, which is a pain because now we're going to lose all that heat, but we got to inspect it and make sure it's okay on the other side. And it is not. I'm glad we did that. Let's get under a microscope and I'll show you what I mean. So here we go. You can see what I'm talking about. We got some legs that are broken off here. We even have one of the mounting pins broken off. So I'm glad that I took a look at this before I just started soldering that new port on. Because we need to remove all of that, including this leg. So I'm going to do that with my large soldering iron, and I'll just come in and heat them up until those legs come off and they'll stick to my iron. And I think we're missing this component right here. We'll have to take that off of another board. Now for this leg, let's see if we can heat this up enough to push that leg through. These take a ton of heat, and even my large soldering iron might not be enough. It is not wanting to go. Okay, we'll have to heat that up with hot air. There we go. Okay, it should be through the other side now. So now I will grab it with my tweezers while I heat, and there we go. Got it. Next, we're going to take this little guy off of this board here. There we go. So what I'm going to do is use my small soldering iron, come in here and manually solder it on. Okay, I got that side and that side.
You can call me Detective Alex Cross.
You're not in my head.
I'm definitely living rent free.
With Walmart kits for under $25, get the gift that shows you get them.
Ever seen a military monocular lens that can zoom in on objects miles away? You're about to. Dude, you gotta hear about this thing. It's like having the eyes of a hawk in your pocket.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Now with that
It's bullshit.
little capacitor installed, we can actually get to...
It's a company trying to scam you.
I'm going to heat up this really hot until all the solder's melted. And we'll install this port onto it and let the solder solidify. Okay, here we go. Alright, now let's check the other side and see how it looks. I'm just going to touch up some of these. Kind of melted the port in the back a little bit. That should be fine. No issues with that. And then just come through, see if any of these pins wiggle. And maybe not. So this port's ready to go. Let restore us where I'll put this one back together and then we'll test both the PS5 and the Xbox. Okay, so this is PS5 number 3, and I wanted to take a look at this port. This is the one that has the white light of death, or it goes with the white light but doesn't show anything up on the screen. So I wanted to check these pins behind the port first just to see. Oh, we got one loose right there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 loose pins. Okay, so theoretically, we should be able to just resolder these pins, and this should work. Let's give it a try. So let's flux it up. There we go. That should be plenty of flux. I need to add a little bit of solder to some of these, I think. Okay, I'm going to clean up those pins and let's test and see if that did it. I'm going to take my wife's toothbrush and some isopropyl alcohol. Clean those all up. Dry it out using a paper towel. Alright, let's check. Good, 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 good. Oh, that one's still loose. Those 2 or 3 are still loose. I wonder if those 2 are still, 3 are still loose. So these three loose, these three are loose. That's interesting. Okay. I'm not sure why that is. I wonder if the pads don't look torn. They look pre-soldered them. Those three? Those three. Okay, did we get them? That one's good, that one's good, that one's good, 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 and good. Okay. Oh, one more over here. These things are just really... I can't believe that they've broken off their mounting pins so much. Keep that up nicely. Add a little solder to that one. Whoa, that's a lot of solder. Get my large iron in here and suck some of that solder back out. We don't need that much on there. Alright, better. But is that pin still loose? Nope. Alright, good to go. Now I'm going to give this one back to Restore Shop as well, and then we'll test all three of these once he's done putting them together. And we just have this one last PlayStation 5. I do need to test those other three, which I'll do after this. Let's plug it in and see what the disk drive does. I think this is the one that was making the weird disk drive noises, if I remember right. Yep. Let's get this thing apart and see what's going on inside. That's weird. They're just making all these noises when there's nothing even in it. And with all those disk drive screws out, let's see what's going on. I don't see any problem so far. Everything looks totally normal. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. I thought there was going to be something more obvious. I was expecting this to be really easy to figure out what was going on. So far, it has not been. And even with that plate off, I don't see anything obvious is going on with this thing. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this plate back on. I'm going to try and put a disc in manually using the eject screw. I'm going to try and shove a disc in and out and just see what it does. I mean, maybe some of this stuff was just misaligned when I took it apart. I mean, I feel like that can't be it, but sometimes that does happen. Especially if it's a disk drive that's going to be used, you know, if somebody's pulled a disk out of it when they shouldn't have or something like that. Sometimes things can get misaligned. It's not, for sure, not a common.
That's not how you abuse a disk drive.
Just not sure why else it would be doing that. Just don't see any issues inside of this thing. Okay, so the disk is going to go in like this. That all looks fine so far. Then this will turn. Oh, it only wants to go that way. Maybe these screws don't actually turn it that other way. You used to be able to on the PlayStation 4s. Okay, so let's get this disc all the way in here. Okay. This did not go down like it should have. Okay, so normally this disc goes in like this, and these screws should turn to pull it in. They definitely don't though. Because this should turn all the way and engage with this, which then releases this and lets that slip down there. But this is all locked up. And when I try to turn it, it just doesn't turn. I don't think that's normal, but let's get a different disk drive so we can look and see how it's supposed to work. Okay, so here we have another disk drive. This is one that I stole a laser out of, but the rest of it works. So, got our screwdriver and the eject screw here. And if we turn this and turn, yeah, see, this turns both ways. This one does not. So, take this disc back out. I think we might have just figured it out. This does not turn both ways. It only turns one way. So, that tells me, is I think that motor down there is probably broken, not working. So let's harvest the motor from this one, put it in this one, see if that'll get it working. Okay, here we go. All right. So, oh yeah, we got to desolder these wires. We got a red wire and a black wire back there. And some flux. Way too much flux, but that's okay. Red wire. Black wire. Come on. Unless it's still attached. There we go. Now this whole assembly is free. Let's take that same assembly from here and put it in here and see if that's all it takes to get this thing working. Red one goes here. This needs to sit down right in there. And this can go on here like this. I need to bend this piece to get it to go. Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay, easy enough. And we can install this into here. Now we can put the plate on. Now the bottom plate, and then we can put it back into the PS5 and see what happens. Also, let's just test and make sure this gear does turn both ways. Yes, it does. So we're good to go there. I think that's going to be the only problem with this. All back together. Top shell is on. This drive has power. That's good. Let's try and power it up with a disc. Oh, this is good. Takes it in. And it spins up totally normally. So this PS5 is all fixed. This was the last one we had to fix, but let's take a look at those three that I did the HDMI work on. Number one is the Xbox Series X. And we have a display on number one. Here's PS5 number two. Number two shows the display. Let's check number three. And number three is the one that we just resoldered the loose pins. Let's start it up and see what happens. And number three also shows the display. So that means we're able to fix almost all of these consoles. There was only the Xbox Series S and the two PS5s that we weren't able to fix. I had Restorers Rob try out all of those ones that I couldn't find any problems with. He tested each one for about half an hour and found zero problems. So this lot is definitely a good lot. Those two PS5s that I couldn't fix, I think I'm going to keep them around so I can do some testing on them and see if I can read the codes and get those fixed. If you like this type of video, I think you're going to like the video where I bought a customer returns box of Nintendo Switches and I tried to fix.
This is the sharpest knife I've ever used. Check it out. It's the Japanese chef's knife that's winning thousands of reviews from top chefs around the world. Yes, slicing through tough ingredients with ease and having a single knife that handles everything from fish to meat makes a big difference. But why should your kitchen knife be dull or overpriced when a modern, affordable, and professionally crafted knife?
So let's see if $1,600 was too much to pay for this box of 13 Nintendo Switches. Immediately I see an OLED Switch. It doesn't feel like there's very much in there though. I don't know what to think of that. Same with this one. This one's just a regular, not an OLED. Oh, look at this. Now it'd be nice if the whole retail system was in here, but I feel like it's also just a tablet. We have a Switch Lite, and then we've got packages of what feels like tablets. There's another Switch Lite, another tablet, more tablets. So it looks like we do have 13 of them. I'm going to get them all unpackaged and unboxed, and let's take a look at what we have. This video is sponsored by iFixit. More on them in a minute. So like I said, I did pay $1,600 for these 13 switches. That comes out to about $123 each. Now these are customer returns, but they are labeled as salvage. So whether all of them are broken or not, that's what we're going to find out today. But I don't have high expectations. Oh, now this one's a bummer. This is not even the special edition tablet. So basically, probably what happened is somebody just put a different tablet inside here and then returned it to the store. That's annoying. Now, if I'm going to try and make some money on these, I'm probably going to need to fix about 8 to 10 of them. I'm hoping some of these are simple fixes, or maybe if we're lucky, some of them might not even be broken, but we're about to find out. And here is number 13. Let's have a look at this switch light and see what we got. Oh my goodness. That is insane. Look at this thing. What? Somebody let their dog get a hold of it? Man, this thing is just mangled. I don't think I've ever seen a game console this messed up. I said maybe somebody's dog got a hold of it, but I don't know. These are pretty deep gouges, and there's like a big old chunk taken out of it. Yeah, it might have been that somebody got angry at somebody else. It's really hard to tell. This one might be a good one to send over to Restorage for Robert to restore. Now that we've got them all unboxed, let's see if any of them just turn. Oh, that one turns on. Let's just see how many of these turn on. So, these 4 so far turn on. How does this one turn on, though? That's what I want to know. Look at that. Yeah, that screen's definitely going to have to be taken care of. But overall, I'm pretty happy with that so far. Let's check the other ones and see how many of those turn on. All of them turn on? This is unprecedented in the history of Tronics Fix videos. But also great news, because that means we probably don't have quite as intense of repairs on some of these, which is always nice. The downside of this, though, is I don't have any parts consoles to pull from in this lot. I've got a bunch sitting in my storage area, but from this lot itself, it looks like we might be able to do at least something with all of these. Some of them have obvious problems, like this one's got the rail missing, this one's got the joysticks that need to be replaced. I mean, we all know what's wrong with this one. But some of them, it's not as obvious. So I'm going to do this testing off camera just because this is going to take a long time and it's going to get pretty boring. Okay, so you cannot use wireless communication because an error occurred. Press and hold the power button for 7 seconds to turn off the power and then turn the console on.
My name's Conde Vinci.
All right, let's give that a try. Okay, here we go again. Same error. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a minute.
Just like the listing says, from San Bernardino, it's Conde Vinci live.
I've gotten into these ones just a little bit and just made sure that they start up to the startup screen. I've gone through the setup and whatever, and so far, these ones all do that. So,
but then again, it's kind of an asinine kind of question to ask. And if you read the title of the listing, where it says from San Bernardino, Conde Vinci live, and then asking my name, that's kind of asinine.
We'll take a look at these in a minute. Let's get started with this one since we know what the problem is. We need a new Joy-Con rail. And I already took a look at this one just a little bit. And one of the main problems with this is that the screw screws into this metal plate down in here, except for this Joy-Con was ripped off so hard that it totally ripped out the metal stud that the screw screws into. So that is this piece right here. So this piece actually is supposed to be down in here, and that's what the Joy-Con would screw into. So we've got 2 options. We could put a new rail on here and put a screw here, and a screw here, and that would probably hold it on there. The other problem is that this metal plate down here looks like this. It's this whole plate right here, and the entire screen and everything is stuck down to this metal plate. So this is very integrated into the switch. So I think the best thing we can do right now is actually just swap the board out of this into another switch that doesn't have that problem with these screw studs right here. For Black Friday and Cyber Monday only, iFixit tools and toolkits are 20% off in the US, Australia, and Canada. Additionally, they're giving up to 75% off in the US for all the products in their sale collection. They're also offering free standard domestic shipping for all orders over $80 when you use the code FREESHIP. In my opinion, iFixit's precision tools are some of the best out there. But they don't just sell tools, they also sell things like parts. You can get genuine OEM parts from a number of manufacturers right on iFixit's website. You can go right to iFixit and you can look up repair guides for your device. They even have repair guides for things like Patagonia clothing. And if you're trying to diagnose what's wrong with your device, they also have a great Q&A section where you can get answers from experts who have done your repair before. They offer a large selection of parts for your Nintendo Switch, so I highly recommend checking them out. I'll put a link in the description that'll take you right there. Now, some people might say, well, Steve, you're not even fixing anything, you're just replacing parts. And to that I say, for this specific repair, there's not really any way to fix it because those metal screw studs that were pulled off, there's no way to reattach those in a way that's going to be permanent. So yes, on one hand, that is true, I'm just replacing parts. On another hand, that's because that's really the only good option here. If I want to make this a good long-lasting switch. Like I said in the beginning, I could just put the new rail on and screw in the screws that will go there, but I feel like that might not be as long-lasting as fixing it correctly. And we can't forget the perfect amount of thermal paste. There we go. Now, I don't necessarily have a problem if someone were to do that and even resell it, as long as it's disclosed what repair has been done and why those other screws are missing. Then the person buying it knows exactly what they're getting, and the person selling it is being honest about what was done. I am putting the original back plate on, so it's got the original serial number and all of that. Now we can flip it over, try and turn it on, and see if it'll connect to Joy-Cons. Okay, we get no power at all. Let's plug it in. There we go, we just need to charge this one up. So we'll let that charge, and we'll move on to the next switch. So that was number 6. Now we're going to move on to number 2. I do realize I'm going out of order here, but some of them I just haven't found any problems with so far. And since it was a bunch of customer returns, there's a good chance that some of them work just fine. All right, so I know this is bad on this one. I don't see anything else wrong so far. So I'm going to test just a couple more things. First of all, we need to test the game slot, make sure it's played the game, and then we can test these joysticks. All right, and it shows up just fine. So let's get this thing apart and replace this little flap. Give it a few more tests, and if it works, we'll call it done. Although, let me let's check these thumbsticks real quick. Okay, no problems with that one. And that one also looks good. Now we'll take it apart and get this flap replaced. That is fairly disgusting. We're going to have to clean that while we're in here. Do a good soaking first. Rather than scrub away on it, I'm going to soak it for a little while. And then I'll come back and just rub it off, you know, hopefully. And while that's soaking, let's get this replaced. Beautiful. Now, let's see if our soaking worked. Not very well. All right. I think it's time for a dental pick. We got a piece of glitter stuff in this even. And no, don't ask what this is. Actually, I think it's just like soda. But sometimes it's better not to wonder. And better. Now let's get the back cover put back on. Oh, apparently our other switch is done charging. All right, we'll check that in a minute. Now let's get the back cover on, as I was saying. And then this one should be done. I will test this more off camera, but I think we're pretty good on this one. And there we go. Switch number 2 needs a bit of a wipe off, but overall, good working condition. We'll test this a little bit more off camera, just to test a few of the other functions, but overall, the Switch is working great. Now the next thing I want to do is have a look at these Joy-Cons because I want to use them to test some of the switches we have here. Now part of the problem that I have with these is that this back piece is kind of broken and I don't have a replacement. These are the only white Joy-Cons that I have. So what I'm going to do here, I think, is try and fix this one up as good as I can. And then when I go to sell it, like I said earlier in the video, I'll just make sure and disclose everything that was done to it. But I'd really like to see if I can get this one at least functional. So I'm going to do that here in just a second. Let's get to number 6 and see if number 6 is working now that it seems to be all charged. Okay, and so far, initial results look good on this one. I don't see any problems. I do need to test it in the dock, but other than that, number 6 looks good. Now let's move on and get these Joy-Cons done. And this Joy-Con actually looks fine. I don't think there's an issue with this one. I think it's, that button's a little sticky. And maybe should be cleaned at some point. But this one is the real issue. So we've got this screw post that we need to remove from here. So let's try and do that now. Okay. Now this piece we're gonna have to keep because I think what I'm gonna try and do is glue it back on where it goes. But let's not do that yet. We gotta get this thing apart the rest of the way first. And I am gonna use a different rail because this rail is broken right here and there's just no way to fix that. Even if I could fix it, I don't have the piece for it. So I'm gonna steal that from another Joy-Con, or we probably actually have this part just sitting around. So I'll use a different rail. Alright, so what I'm going to do first, I think, is what we need to do is clamp this and then super glue it and see if that will keep it together enough so we can put a screw down there and it'll stay on. I have to clean this thing first. This thing is just disgusting. Oh yeah, it's all sticky. That's just gross. If you want to see a video where a bunch of these get cleaned, Robert over on the Restores channel cleaned a whole bunch of these. It's a very satisfying video to watch, at least for me it was, because there's just, I think he took apart like 20 of them all at once or something, and it just looks really cool. So if you like this kind of thing and you want to see more of these things getting cleaned, go over to the Restores channel and you'll see that video. Okay, better. Now that that's done, let's start doing some gluing. So we need to glue this part and then we need to glue the screw post back onto here. Just gonna use a little CA glue down there. And yeah, I'm very aware you can use baking soda and it'll cure faster and be stronger, and I might do that. I'm actually gonna add some just along this whole crack right here, hopefully strengthen that part of it. And I'm just gonna let that cure, and then we'll come back once it's done and check it out. And I did actually just now realize that we can just go ahead and glue this post on while it's there. And I gotta get this thing down as close as we can to how it was when it was torn off, because it will just fit in there, fit down there better how it should, and more like how it was originally. Almost had it, and then we didn't.
Introducing the new Ego Power Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power equipment, featuring Ego's peak power technology. It combines the force of 2 of Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium batteries, delivering the power and performance of gas while pushing through even the heaviest of wet snow. On just a single charge, this self-propelled snowblower can clear up to 8 inches of dense snow from an 18-car driveway before launching at 50 feet in the direction of the flight. 4 bright LED headlights, durable, quick and easy controls, heavy-duty, thick-tread tires make commanding your way through a whiteout effortless. Take on anything winter throws at you with the all-new Ego Power Plus 2-stage snowblower, the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes.
At Penn Foster, I can earn my high school diploma online, on my time, and on my budget.
I can start school when I'm ready. I can balance school with my life and job.
I can graduate early and get a head start on my goals.
I can take the time I need without worrying about a due date.
At Penn Foster, I can.
I can.
I can.
A high school education that's made to fit your life, so that you can too. Get started today.
Not perfect. I think that's about as good as we're gonna get it though. Might as well go all in and glue it up even more, make sure it's nice and strong. That way, if we have to fix it again, it's more difficult. So I've left this dry actually for days. I left it here over the weekend. So let's see, first of all, whether I glued it to my Omnivice or not. Nope, that's good. And so far, it's actually staying together. So we got, obviously, you can still easily see the crack there, but okay, so this part could be a problem though, because this piece still is kind of just like raised up off of there a little bit. Let's see. Oh, that actually sort of fits on there. I don't know if that's going to work for us or not. So I've been working on trying to get as much of the excess super glue out of this little area right here. So that's where the rail fits down into. I've gotten a lot of it. I don't know if it's quite enough to get the rail to fit in there correctly. It's got to fit kind of like that. Okay, actually, I think that might work. We're going to give it a try. Okay, and then this guy, and then one screw. Hopefully the screw goes in here. Okay, that seems to fit on there. Alright, now we need to get these in here. I think I can do this without taking this apart the rest of the way, but I don't know for sure. It might be kind of difficult. Alright, we're going to have to take it apart. Sometimes you just have to ask yourself, what would a smart person do in this situation? And then do that. I think a smart person would take off this mid-frame. It's just too difficult to get that on there correctly. Also, it's not going to hurt to have a look at this and make sure those red-end cable connectors aren't damaged or anything too, so we're not really losing much except for time. Alright, now we can see what we're doing in here. And yeah, that actually looks okay in there. There we go. Okay. Alright, that actually, there's still kind of a bump there, but that's mostly because this plastic is deformed, I think, and I'm not sure there's going to be a good way for me to fix that. Button seems to work. That button works, that button, okay, so all the buttons seem to work. I think we should try it, but first, you do have to fix these buttons. These things are just so sticky. Looks like probably some sort of soda or something got caught up in there. I'm going to clean that real quick so it doesn't get on anything else and stick to anything else. And it looks like some of this stuff was liquid when they spilled it. And as far as I can tell, there's no corrosion on the board or anything. I mean, I can't really see the board that well, but there's no evidence of it that I've seen so far. Alright. Oh no! Got a button that's totally torn off the board. I don't know that I want to fix that today. I might just replace this board. But either way, whether we replace it or not, we've got to get down here and clean those buttons. Alright, the board itself doesn't look too bad, so I bet these buttons under here are going to be pretty gross. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I can feel I could feel them when I went to take this off and they pushed against my desk here. Oh yeah, look at all that grime in there. That's gross. Let me use my pick and get down in the corners. That's actually coming off pretty good. Anything that's fairly dry, you can use something like this. Now obviously you have to be super careful with using any sort of metal on these, but I like to use it because it's very strong and it stays pointy. And now with all the buttons clean and the Joy-Con clean, get these buttons reinstalled. There we go. Those feel nice. Nice and crispy. And here is the replacement board with the button solidly soldered on. Next we have this fun part. Alright, now. Oh, this would have been easier to do earlier. Come on. Alright. That one. How those buttons feel? Oh, that feels beautiful. Nice and clicky. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, so these two Joy-Cons, not perfect, but much better than they were, and hopefully they'll actually work once we get them onto a Switch. And let's give these a test, and see if they work. Alright, let's give these things a test real quick. Oh, there's nothing on the plus button. Oh man, even after all that, and now this button's not working either. So I think I know what might be wrong with this one, but this plus button I feel like should work. That's just strange that it doesn't. I'm gonna get this back apart real quick. Let's take a look at that and see what's causing that. So for this button it's not working. I'm gonna come in with some BW100, spray it over it, push it up and down, and hopefully I can clear out any gunk that might be preventing a good connection here. Spray a little more. This evaporates very quickly. Now let's test it and see if that cleaning created a good connection here. One probe on this pin, one probe on this pin, and my meter should beep when I press the button. Okay, there we go. And that cleaning seems to have fixed it. Alright, let's see if that cleaning worked. Here we go with the plus button. Oh, heck yeah, it did. Alright. So the right Joy-Con is all ready to go. Let's see what's wrong with the other one. And just as I suspected, this button is basically destroyed. Luckily, all we have to do is replace this board right here. And I believe it's attached to this board, but we just have this little assembly to replace, and then we can get that working. So let's get that done now, and hopefully that's all this controller needs. I love it when manufacturers make things modular like this, especially these buttons that so often go bad. People just mashing on them. It's really nice when you can just replace that one button instead of on the other side you have to replace the full board because it's...
That's another thing, you don't have to smash it.
A lot of times it's hard to fix it.
You don't have to smash on your buttons.
If you have skill. A lot of people just don't though, like it takes a lot sometimes to fix some of this stuff, so manufacturers make it a little easier to fix or just replace like this. That makes things more repairable. Alright, and here we go. Let's see if that button works. Oh yeah, of course it does. Okay, these controllers are as fixed as they're gonna get, so we've got those done. Now I also tested these switches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 6 switches, and these are all fully functional as far as I can tell. So in this lot of 13, we have these 6 that work just fine. Now there's 3 of them that don't dock, so let's focus on those now and see if we can fix those ones. Let's give this OLED switch a test in the dock and see if we can get it to dock. I was playing around with it a little bit off camera, and I actually was able to get it to show up on the TV if I held it just right there. There we go. So we know it does dock, but as soon as I let go of it, the TV just turns black and doesn't connect. So let's take a look at this and see if we can see if there's anything, maybe the port is just dirty or something. Oh, here we go. Now it's coming on with it all the way down on the dock. But it's just not reliable, so let's take a closer look at that port. It's kind of hard to see very well, but there is some sort of like residue built up around the side of the port. The port itself doesn't look damaged, like the pins don't look damaged. I'm thinking it might be just really dirty in there. I think that's actually looking pretty clean. Let's put this thing in the dock and see what happens. Here we go, straight in. And turn it on. Green light on the dock. And, oh, still nothing. Okay, so I'm going to take the back cover off of this so we can look at that port a little closer. Maybe there's some loose pins or something going on. And just looking at those pins, I don't actually see any problem there. Now with the battery disconnected though, we can really get in here and clean this port up really good from the inside here. So I went ahead and removed the motherboard from the console so we can have a little closer look at
my
this port.
God!
You can see down inside the port,
Oh my
there's
God!
a lot of gunk down in there. check the top side. Hard to get on camera, but yeah, got some gunk there too. So I think maybe after we clean this a little bit better, this is going to work just fine. I'm going to be using a metal dental pick. Again, maybe not the best thing to use, but what I'm used to, and it's what works for me. So I got quite a bit more work to do here. I'm going to do most of this off camera, and then we'll come back once it's clean, have a look at it. Now that looks a whole lot better. I think maybe we're in business with this one. Let's put it all back together and test it in the dock.
Macaroni, the San Francisco treat.
Macaroni. It's cheesy good.
Indiana Pathways for Aging helps Hoosier Medicaid members age 60 and over live life their way.
My daughter can assist with my personal care. And
we obviously need the perfect amount of thermal paste. And now with the metal plate on, we can toss the back plate on. And with the back cover on, let's put it into the dock and see if it docks. Green light on the dock. That's what I'm talking about. So this OLED Nintendo Switch just had a dirty port, and all it took was simply cleaning it. Now we've got two more switches that don't dock, and those ones I think we're going to need to do some work on the board, so let's get to that next. So the most likely cause of switch number 4 not docking is this little chip right here. This is the chip responsible for communicating whether the switch is in a dock or not in a dock, and it is a very common component that goes bad that causes this problem. So let's get under a microscope and inspect this one and see if we see any issues. Now one of the ways to check whether this is faulty or not is to check whether any of these capacitors or filters up here are shorted, so we'll check that real quick. So I've got one probe on ground. Let's just double check and make sure it's working. Yep, we should hear a beep if any of these are shorted. And no beeps, so no issues with that. Let's get this P13 USB chip replaced, and then we'll see if that'll get it working. And while we're here, we're going to replace the P13 USB on switch number 3 as well, just because it has the exact same symptoms. And with those two chips replaced, well, let's put these boards back into their respective switches and then see if they work. And of course, the perfect amount of thermal paste in switch number 4, and the perfect amount of thermal paste in switch number 3. Okay, both back together. Let's put them in the dock and see what happens. So we have switch number 4. Got a dock. We have a green light on the dock. Oh, black screen. All right, so switch number 4 is working. Let's check out number 3. Green light on the dock. Black screen. And switch number 3 is working. So both of those switches we replaced the P13 USB are both docking now. Now with 3 and 4 fixed, we need to move on to number 9. This is the one with the error code. I don't think I've ever seen this error code before on a switch, so this should be interesting. And immediately I can tell someone has been in here We've got some of the foam tape ripped off here. It looks like this has been replaced with a replacement part, so I'm not sure what we're getting into here. And let's see what's under the metal plate. I feel like this is not going to be good. Okay, better than I expected. That is definitely not the perfect amount of thermal paste. I think when they put this together, they cleaned this part off, but not this part, and never put any more thermal paste on here. This is also a replacement game slot. You can see the seller's mark right there. Alright, now we can get the board out and have a look at it. So the first thing we're going to test is these two capacitors right here. We're going to see if there's any shorts over there. Not on that side. Not on that side. And my meter is working properly, so those look good. So the next thing we need to do is remove this piece so we can get under this shield to check out the Wi-Fi chip. There we go. Okay. All sorts of flux in here. Definitely mess with that chip. Well, that's a bummer. Somebody's already tried that. I don't know whether they just refloated or whether they replaced it. By the amount of flux in here, I feel like maybe they replaced the chip, but I don't know for sure. So we've been going through and checking capacitors. This is number 9. This is the board we're working on to try and fix. These capacitors right here show no continuity on this side, continuity on that side. Get a better angle here.